testing check. Check 1 2 3. Check 1 2 3. Audio testing check. Audio testing check. Check check. Check check check. Audio testing check. Audio testing check. Check check. Check check check. Audio testing check. Check check check. Audio testing check. Check check check. Audio testing check. Check check. Check check check. Audio testing check. Check check. Check check check. Audio testing check. Check check. Check check check. Check. Audio testing 1 1 2. 1 1. Check check check. Check check check. Check check check. Check 1 2 3. Check. Check check check. Check, check, check.
here. Good morning, everyone. It's a true pleasure to welcome you all in this today's session of AI and ML. Whether you are just starting your journey or already exploring, you are here for the thrilling and experienced. Sorry. Good morning, everyone. It's a true pleasure to welcome you all in today's session of AI and ML. Whether you are starting your journey or already exploring the depths of AI, we are thrilled to have you here as a part of this dynamic and ever evolving community. It's my honor to introduce two exceptional leaders and professional leading us today. Firstly, we have John, an accomplished AI consultant with over decades of experience in the field, starting his career as a data analyst and data scientist. John soon discovered his passion for mentoring and education. Over the past 6 years, he has guided and transformed his career more than 300 professionals in data science and AI. He is also the founder of Prol T Bridge, a training and consulting firm. He is also known in the online AI at Coach John. His content has inspired 125K in Instagram and 19K plus in LinkedIn. Joining John, we have Nasir, the Chief Technology Officer at Prol T Bridge, with strong technical expertise and a strategic mindset. Nasir has played a key role in developing and delivering impacting AI solutions and training programs. Together, John and Nasir will be guiding us through this today's session. We are fortunate to have such a knowledgeable and inspiring mentor with us. So please join me in giving a warm welcome to these professionals. Thank you.
Firstly, what's your name? Excuse me, what's your name? Sakshi. So, Sakshi, I really appreciate you. Whenever we are just starting and speaking on the stage, I know the challenges, all right? And you came here and you addressed so many people here. So, this is the first go, but I wish that you will grow better and you will even speak more confident in the upcoming days. Wish you all the best. Yeah. Check, check. Yeah, this should be okay. Check. Okay. Check, 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 check. Can you all hear me till the end? Yes? Okay. This side? All right, thank you. All right, very good morning to you all. I can't hear you. Very good morning. All right, wonderful. How many of you got stuck in today's morning traffic? Right? Okay, only few. We were about to reach all by 9:45, but today 10:05 we are in. So this is Bangalore traffic. But anyway, good to have you all here. And before I introduce about myself, I'll just quickly show you the agenda of this particular session so that from there we can start. 1 minute. Okay, thank you. Okay, can you all confirm, is it visible or is it blurred till the end? Little bit blurred? Bit blurred. Okay, fine. So it will improve. So light has to heat up. So just 10 minutes, I think it should be okay. All right. So before I introduce about myself, we all here for this artificial intelligence and machine learning workshop for today. Okay. So first I'll talk about why this particular workshop and what are the things that we are going to do. These are the three things which we are going to do today. First thing we are going to learn, and that is going to be the first half. Okay, till before lunch. We are going to learn, and it's going to mostly theoretical. All right. And second phase, which is post-lunch, we are going to build, and we are all going to code, and a lot of things are there. So that is what in the building phase. And deploy phase, again at the end of the day, we will be having hackathon. Are you all aware that today we have hackathon? Only 50-50, okay, 50-50 percentage. We will have hackathon, and you will be getting there will be certification for hackathon winners as well. At the end of the day, you're going to build and deploy, and we are going to evaluate. And how many of you have participated or seen the startup events where they go and pitch their ideas? Less? Okay. You are going to do that today. Okay? By end of the day, you are going to build, deploy, and we are going to evaluate. You are going to pitch your idea for the project, whatever you have built, end of the day, and we will evaluate, and we will select. By end of the day, we are going to capture some good pictures, and we are going to leave. Okay, so that is what the plan, right? And there are 5 rules for attending this workshop. Rule number 1, stay focused. Even if you miss a small point, whatever I'm saying, definitely you won't get the flow. All right, there is a connecting dots from point A to point B. So if you just try to, even if you just miss 1 minute, I'll complete point B. Okay, and then I'll be at point D. Then you will be thinking what to do. Okay, from where this guy is speaking and everything. So try to focus. So that is step number 1. And rule number 2, respect the agenda. I'll be showing the agenda here. And rule number 3, questions are welcome at the right time. So this is not the first time which we are conducting the workshop. So that's why we have set up some rules to take this workshop in a very, very effective manner. Right, rule number 4, respect each other's space and time. Even if you talk within the person who's sitting next to you, that is going to disturb the person who's sitting behind you and before you. All right, so let's not make any noise here, and talk with each other. So if you wanted to ask any questions, I'm all here. You can directly interact with me. There is no question which I would judge. Question is a question. There is nothing called a silly question or mature question. Whatever the question you have, feel free to discuss with me. All right, that is rule number 4. Rule number 5, make it two-way but timely, which means firstly I'll be speaking, and definitely you will be having some kind of questions running in your mind. So whenever you have this kind of questions, you can raise your hand so that I'll quickly see and I will be answering to you. But there will be some time for answering to your questions, so let me know. So these are the 5 rules. Okay, plan for the day. Your first break will be this time, so you can plan your schedules accordingly. 11:30 to 11:45 is your break time, and lunch break is between 1:30 to 3 p.m., and evening break 4:30 to 4:45. And after that, as I said, 4:40 to 5:30 is the hackathon time, and hackathon winners announcement and the evaluation will be made within this particular time, 5:30 to 6 p.m. That's what the agenda, clear. And at last, I'll show you what exactly. So what is the agenda for the first half before lunch? 5 things we are going to learn. First things, we are going to focus on why everybody are interested in AI. All right, I'm going to speak about that. Today, I know if you're sitting here, you all know the definition of AI. Yes, no? Yes or no? Got it. So why everybody, and again, I'll be spending a little bit of time to talk about that, because there will be definitely somebody who doesn't know about AI and wants to know the definition of AI. I'll be talking about that. And second thing, how AI is going to grow. I'll talk about that with stats. And 3, there are some core terminologies. How many of you are aware of the differences between or are confused with this jargons, data science, artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning, natural language processing, time series modeling, computer vision, AI, agentic AI, generative AI. How many of you are confused with these terms? That's a question. Very less? Okay. So I'll be clarifying all these questions, and I'm not going to give you any bookish answers, okay? I'm going to speak something from my experience. So three things which you need to have in your hand, else try to figure out in your break. First thing, you need to have your notes. Second thing, your pen. Third thing, if you have water bottle next to you, that is well and good. If you don't have water bottle, that's well and good, fine. In your break time, you can grab it. But you need to have your notes and your pen in your hand. Because there is nothing theoretical, I'm going to show you text here, but I'm going to speak something for which you are going to take notes. So take it quickly. And all this core terminology explanation, I'm not going to Google and give you the Google explanation. If that's the case, you can find it in your home, or you can just Google and get it. But what is something we worked, that explanation is something going to be given to you, so make sure you take notes, and do not complain, I'm not giving notes. I'll be giving time for you to write notes there. And fourth point, how AI is going to grow. I'll be speaking about that. And then machine learning categories. So these are the 5 topics which I'll be touching today. All right? Great. So firstly, now, who am I? Okay, so I'll just quickly talk about myself. 3 minutes introduction. I am A. Coach John, and I'm the CEO and founder of the company called Pro IT Bridge. Sakshi said Pride Bridge. It's not Pride Bridge, it is Pro IT Bridge, so that is what the name. And I'm the CEO and founder of this company, which is located in Bangalore. And we are 3 years old. We had our own struggles when we made a startup, but somehow now this year, the visibility and the collaborations are getting more, and that's why we are here. Right, I'll just quickly introduce about me. Overall, I have 10 years of experience and 8 years particularly in AA. When I say overall 10 years, that includes, I did SIM card selling on the roadside, and I did Rapido bike taxi pickup and drop service, which is currently banned in Bangalore, but I was doing that in Bangalore because to pay my PG rent, okay? And then I wanted to, my only goal is to get money. How can I earn money, all right? And I came from non-IT background, EC background. Anyone from EC background, engineering? Okay. If you have picked up ECE, is this the reason? You can complete ECE, you can either get an opportunity in software or hardware. You have 2 gateways open. Yes or no? Yes or no? Right, so this is what the main motive which I picked ECE, but it's not me. My father said, you can pick up this ECE so that you will get opportunity in both the sides. Believing that I completed 4 years, but at the end of the day, I know I do not know anything about software, or I do not know anything about hardware. Only thing is I memorized chapter 1, 5 chapters, take Xerox copy between 5 friends. You have to complete first chapter and hand over that local author's book to me so that I'll complete. 2 days time, I'll complete my semester E grade pass mark. All right, so this is how my engineering time it was went through. But here I see that you're coming here to IAC and learning all this particular stuff. I believe you all are gem, far better than me, but I have some knowledge. That's what I'm going to share you, okay? And after that, I worked in BPO call center, again in Bangalore for 1.5 years. I'm just trying to figure out, okay, I need to get more money, but I'm not able to get money because BPO is paying me 13,000 per month. But if I'm studying Java, right, so everybody who is trying to get into IT, Java developer is the only path through which we will try to enter. I picked up Java course, studied for 3 to 4 months. I tried to enter there. One company hired me. Out of 5,300 they selected, and I believed that because they said after 3 months, I will be called for the last test from which I have to be cleared. I have to get cleared so that I'll get an opportunity in that company. But again, believing that I quit my role working in the BPO company, after 3 months, nothing happened. I took my bike to bike taxi, Rapido, and everything. So again, I'm trying to figure out, okay, is there any other companies, where to apply, how to grow? Nothing is happening. So that's when I just try to figure out, okay, is there something else I can just try to pick up and learn? That's when I found this data science, artificial intelligence, and everything. 21st century's 6 years to job. So that's what I was able to get this particular term on internet. I trusted it. I enrolled into a program. But I didn't understand. I'm not complaining there. I didn't understand because my question is all about why are you putting full stop there? Why not comma? Why are you putting curly braces here? Why not square bracket? And why are you just mentioning sometimes functions you're calling? This is something attributes. And there in the particular meeting, there are so many managers. So why I'm telling this particular story, there are few students who will be sitting here, maybe from schools, maybe from colleges, and sitting next to you or before you or behind you, you will see some managers, some directors, and you will see the level of questions what they will ask in this particular workshop, and do not get intimidated. Okay? So I'm repeating, question is a question. It can be silly. It can be anything. All right. So do not feel free to discuss any questions with me. I'm going to be your guide, coach for today. Okay. So after that, I somehow upskilled and I worked as a data analyst and worked in one self-driving cars. There I worked as a data scientist, and then I joined a startup company. I've written a book, co-authored a book, and then I moved into training space since 2020. Almost 5 million plus I've trained, more than 300 to 400 I've traveled with them one-on-one, helping them to make a career transition into this AI space. Since 2020, I'm doing it. So this is my short introduction, right? So now what are the things we are doing? That's what I'm just, through this Proactive Rich company, B2B product consulting, we are working with some companies where they have their products in-house. I act as a consultant, go there, try to see if there is anything AI can be integrated into their business. Because today every business wants to have this AI integrated into their products. Every business wants to do this. Maybe some people will be from business domain entrepreneurs. I will be asking the categories, you'll be raising your hand. But AI integrated product, AI integrated business is what everybody are looking for, and they are identifying us. We are making some collaborations, and we are getting, and we are supporting them. I'm hiring partners for 3 companies. There are few companies, because I'm speaking about AI, data science, Gen AI, agentic AI agents, lot of stuffs. Our company is also having a good tech team in-house. So as we are into the space, they do not know which person to hire, because we will hire a person not who's just doing vibe coding. Anybody knows about this term vibe coding? Few. Okay. Okay, I'll talk about the vibe coding slowly. But vibe coding, in short, you can remember prompt engineering. Anybody knows about prompt engineering? This side? Raise your hand. Prompt engineering. Okay, 80%. With prompt engineering, if I'm able to build a website, if I'm able to build a game application development, that's what we call this vibe coding, very, very simple. Only with prompt, I will be able to build a website or deploy one particular products. So that is where companies are going now. But if I wanted to act as a hiring manager for that company, I will ask questions. Why you're going with vibe coding? Why not some other tools? How do you choose between different algorithms? Why you're tapping statistics? These are all my questions, fundamental core questions. If a person is able to learn this fundamentals very core, he can be big asset to the company. So that's how my questions will be, and that's how I'm just getting resources for multiple companies here. And resource outsourcing, we are also training people in-house in Proactive Bridge. If anyone is having a goal to become data scientist, ML engineer, GenA engineer, this kind of concept. So we are also having training inside, and also we are outsourcing people to some companies out there. And we are developing some products which is completely AI-based, and AI training services we are doing for corporates. And we are collaborating this TechGyan. Anybody knows about this term TechGyan? You're attending TechGyan's workshop in IASC. So we have collaborated, Proactive Bridge collaborated with TechGyan to deliver the services. So I'm from Proactive Bridge. TechGyan is hosting here. We collaborated to deliver this workshop to you. So this is the foundation and fundamentals. And apart from that, if anyone wants to speak to me, I may not be able to share my personal contact, but you can find me in Instagram, @coachjohn. So this is my brand, more than 125K followers and contributions I've done to the people. So because of which they are supporting, I'm able to share some knowledge there. So if anyone wants to talk to me later, @coachjohn in Instagram is a channel through which you can reach out to me. One, if you wanted to reach out to me in LinkedIn, John Gabriel, so that is my name. So you can find the more than 20K impressions and followers and everything I got. And also in YouTube, particularly in Tamil channel, I'm trying to speak about data science and artificial intelligence. In English, Proactive Bridge, there's a channel. But in Tamil, I'm trying to contribute more, because there it is very less, 1 minute ma'am. It is very less to speak about artificial intelligence and everything to many people. So that's what my social presence here is all about. And then I've been featured in multiple channels, talked about data science. And this is one woman where she had 11 years of career gap, where I've guided her, and she's working in Wipro with a really good package. And there are multiple interviews which I've taken and published on YouTube channel, a lot of things. And he's having 9 years of non-IT work experience. And now he's working in New Zealand as an AI product owner. Now under him, there are 5 data scientists, 3 data engineers, 2 data analysts. So everything happened because of we started from the scratch, properly trained, and all these things. There are a lot of things. And today, this person interview is going to come out. Again, in YouTube, if you wanted to find me, personally, A. Coach John, that's the name. So his story, he moved from Tamil Nadu to Sweden, how he moved, what's his career transition, everything. You can find his story today evening, which will be released at 9 p.m. So there are many other contributions which I've made. Okay, so now I think you would have got to know me a little. Now the time is, okay, this is what it is. This workshop is a result of collaboration between TechGyan as well as Pro IT Bridge. So now you all will have some idea from where I'm coming from, what is, that's something which we are going to do, and what is the agenda, what is your break time, everything. You might have got an idea. So now, this is something which, the moment which you've captured in 2 months before, RBM Hall, it's there on the ground floor, which we conducted workshop 1 and workshop 2. We will take this kind of picture at the end, okay? So be available at the end and we'll be taking it. So this is my goal, simplifying AE. Many used to confuse, and if anybody is speaking about AE, people will get afraid. You all wanted to master data science, you all wanted to get into somehow this Gen A field, but whenever you're getting to know about this term Gen AE, agentic AE, data science, machine learning, you all are afraid. But it is not that difficult or to understand these concepts. I'll be simplifying these jargons today, so let's do that. So now, before we proceed, let me get to know you. And before, I'll be having 7 categories here. So before I ask the question, yeah, ma'am, you can go ahead. Volume of the mic, is it not audible? Okay, 1 minute. Can you, Gilbert? Volume, check, check. Is it okay? All right, thank you so much. So there are 7 categories which I'll be asking you to raise your hand to understand you from which background majority of you are coming from. Category number 1, career transitioners who wants to move into IT from non-IT background, and you are in a kind of search here. Anyone from this? Non-IT to IT career transitioners or completely from non-IT? No one? 1, 2, 3. No, 3 here. 4. Can you just raise because I could not see you? Okay, almost 15%. Great. Working professionals in IT, and you wanted to. Okay, 30%. All right. Individuals with career gap, anyone? I'm having some career gap. I wanted to move into IT. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, less than 5%. Got it. Fresh graduates, 20, 25 fresh graduates, not in college, but you've got graduated. Raise your hand. Fresh graduate, 2, 3, 4. Okay, 15%. All right. Where are the entrepreneurs? Anyone doing business? Okay, great. 2. Only 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, thank you so much. Freelancers. Anyone working in freelancing space for now? Taking any projects? No? Okay, no problem. Students, pre-final year, final year. Oh, you are the you are the worst people here. Okay, great. Majority. All right, I'll speak in that language. Anyone from school, PUC? Okay, great. Wonderful. Category is not there, but I found you. Okay, wonderful. Welcome you all. So you can all give applause for each and everybody. So now you all got to know. It's a kind of mixed audience what we have here. And definitely I'm going to keep the language very simple. All right, so that even a school studying student can understand. But that doesn't mean that the others would not be able to get it. Yeah. You're non-IT professional. No problem. Non-IT to IT, something if you wanted to move or just get to know the knowledge. Okay. All right, no problem. Fine. Non-IT we have 1. Wonderful. So here we. You need to. Okay. Any other categories beyond 8th category I found. The category is cool students. Okay. Now 9th category. Did I miss anyone? Yeah. Education sector. All right. All right. Wonderful. wonderful education sector, and you're running an institution, right? You're a teacher. Wonderful. So it's really great because you all can give an applause to her. Because what happens is when I was studying in college, lecturers won't upskill themselves. All right? That's a very big problem. They'll have a book in their hand and they'll just try to teach it. And when I'm coming out and facing some kind of interviews, I will never know what is that question definition is all about. I have never got to know the particular terms. So if anybody lecturers here, I wanted to really appreciate you because you are really going to inspire lecturer. Okay, two categories. Oh, wow. All right, lecturers. Wonderful. Thank you so much because I see more than a working professional because I was working as a data scientist. Now many are coming to me for AI training and explaining their problems and everything. I feel as a lecturer or as a coach, we have more responsibility because they would see us as a career, like a kind of guru, right? We have more responsibilities. So that is why it's our responsibility to go even forward and try to understand this kind of concepts so that we can impact thousands of next generation. So I really appreciate you all who are from this educational background. Yes, sir. Consultant. All right. Like the consultant is there. All right, wonderful. Any other categories did I miss? You can let me know. Yeah, please. All right, upskilling level. So definitely that is also great because what happens in marketing space, if you have any personal questions related to that, you can ask me because I've not covered in this particular slide. The main, how exactly this first phase will go is, we will understand the terminologies, which is just so scattered in the market, and you will get to know the definition of this, and which tool to tap when, given a problem statement, we will get to know today, okay? Tomorrow, it's completely GenAI. It's completely implementation oriented. In case if you have enrolled for it, definitely really good. We have our CTO. Yeah, so Nasir, can you stand up, please? So he's our CTO, Provide to Bridge. So he has worked with 10 different clients, and so really, really have sound knowledge on Gen A, Agentic A, and all this kind of concepts. So tomorrow he'll be sharing all this knowledge. Even he'll try to share some knowledge in second half. Yeah, please. Sorry? Automations, Nazir, are you going to cover automations tomorrow? A part of it you will get to know. All right, and I'll also show some demo today of some tools which might not be very related to you, but you can know this, you can build this kind of tools, which will be an add-on to you today. All right, wonderful. So it's really glad. Thank you so much for coming here. Yeah, Jenny, correct. Today's workshop title is Artificial Intelligence and Machine Learning, okay? Where I'll just show bits and pieces about GenAI. But tomorrow, it's completely GenAI, advanced what's happening in the market today, because what I'm explaining today is something which has already happened. This is saturated. But without understanding these fundamentals, you can't go to GenAI because it will be very much high level. Now I'm going to set or break all these terminologies and the confusions which you have to know before interval. All right, now you are at the climax. The climax story is tomorrow. Yeah, mostly with respect to some tools and how we are working with some GenAI concepts to deliver a project to our clients. So mostly we are working with B2B, and we'll be showing some demos, not exactly taking the data set, but you will get to know how in real time we work to deliver these projects. So that's what our work. Because whenever we say GenAI, we will know only image creation, video creation. Yes, of course it is there, but how we can help through GenAI techniques to deliver a project solutions and everything is what we will be covering tomorrow. So that Nazir will take care. So now everybody got to know each other. Thank you so much. Wonderful. So this is what it is. Okay, 1 minute. One person is standing. Yeah. Stadium is fully packed. Good answer. Lights are on in daylight. Okay. Electricity saving. Okay. Fine. The player size looks odd compared to the field. Okay. Great. This side seems slightly elevated. Okay. All right. All right. Fine. So this is one thing which you are able to find. Resolution different. Okay. I'll create one story by seeing this picture. Okay. Try to understand whether you're able to follow along with me. So this is something, a chance, players are playing in the game and there are spectators, right? Universe will give this kind of opportunity for some players at one point of time, but that game will be different. This game is cricket, correct? Now before 15 years, there is one game. But before 2000, it was not there. There is YouTube, okay? We will never know, or maybe less usage that point of time. Most of us, we were not having that enough data, and we were relying on our college professors, lecturers, to get some advice, or if you're watching any movie, you wanted to go and speak to them so that they will recommend. Let's say you're watching a movie called Avengers. What's your name? Trisha. Krisha. Is she your friend? You just met today. What's your name? Nidhi. Okay. Krisha, Nidhi. So Krisha will ask she has watched some movie called Avengers. Okay. Now next she has to watch the next best movie and she likes the Avengers movie. Now what movie will Nidhi recommend to her? Based on Avengers is the one movie and she likes that pattern. What's the movie that you will recommend? You won't watch any movies? No? Okay. Huh? Spider-Man 1, Guardians of the Galaxy, Marvel's Universe, great, fine enough. So now on what basis they have recommended to you? Because you'll have some pattern today and you have to go and ask them to know the movies. Now we are playing a digital game after 2000s. There is no Nidhi here, there is no John here, nothing is required. I'll go to YouTube, I'll watch one video and the next best video based on my current interest, it automatically pulls out the insights, it recommends. So this is something digital game. Okay, the world what we are living in today, we call it as digital game. In early 2012, very less people used to play this game. They used to enter here, and whoever played that game, till now, from 2012, we will know their names. Or 2015. Any YouTubers' names, since 2015 or 2012? I'm not speaking very technical jargons now, but I'm just asking some questions. Any YouTubers since 2012 or 2015 you know till today? Sorry? Mr. Beans. Okay. Sorry? Cutie Pie. Huh? Cutie Pie. Maybe I do not know that. Okay, fine. Any other channel? Huh? PewDiePie. Okay. CTO knows it. Okay. Any other channels? Yeah? Sorry? Huh? Linus Den. All right. Huh? Diary of CEO. I know this. That's my area. Diary of CEO. So there are many channels that we know. Correct? So today, they just need to play the game. They don't need to take much efforts. They just need to play this YouTube game, understanding the strategy differences, and they will definitely grow. So in 2012, this happened. Now we are in 2025. The universe has given the opportunity, this playground name is AI. Okay? Now this playground, not everybody can enter into this playground and play. There will be some spectators. There will be some players. Those players are you. And this is the playground. Okay? And now here there are two teams. Team A is batting, team B is bowling. Right? And it's a game between you. That's what's going to happen this evening. Okay, in hackathon. So what exactly will happen here is, not every team who's playing the game will win. There should be a team which they have to understand what's this playground, what's the weather, how many people are they going to come, and how many people are going to cheer us. All the statistics they want to know beforehand so that they can play a better game, right? So this universe has given us the opportunity, AI era. And everybody wants to play this game, but not everybody can win. Understand this. Everybody wants to play this game, but not everybody can win. All right? But who can win? People whoever is playing with the right strategies, they need to have the right coach, and they need to collaborate with an experienced people so that they will make sure not to commit the same mistakes again. What will happen if a newbie is coming in and trying to play the game? They have to take some time, 2 to 3 years, to master this particular concepts, and they need to go through multiple failures. Errors and failures are something which is going to help us to grow, right? But we need to have, if anyone, why I've just listed those 7 categories and 8 categories, if anyone wants to quickly upskill yourself and to move into IT or to apply in your education domain or marketing field or whatever the field is, try to understand the terminologies, whatever I'm going to give it to you all here, and try to, from here you can just develop a lot. So those terminology is something which is scattered around, and I'm going to give you that particular definition. So that's why I've asked you to take notes whenever I'm speaking. So let's try to play this game very strategically here, and I will evaluate at the end of today's session by conducting hackathon. Right. So now let's move on to the next phase. How A is going to grow. Let's look at some statistics. So these things I'm going to go quick. Everybody knows about it, and that's why you all are here. Economic Times, they reported Gen A industry to have 1 million new job opportunities by 2028, and we are able to witness it. I've been going to multiple companies today, and I got to know what is that requirements, job requirements they need, what's the talent that they expect from each and every individual. I've been knowing this, and the hiring rate is actually more in 2025. And Times New Roman, over 2 million AI jobs set to bloom. This is one statistics report. Bill Gates predicts only 3 jobs will survive in AI takeover. See, whatever the things that I'm showing you here, we are in the early evolution of AI. Whatever the inventions, agentic AI, all these concepts, we are in the AI evolution just started. 2 to 3% growth is what you're able to see in the market today. Now, whatever the industries that you're able to take in your hand, let's say pharmaceutical, electrical, electronics, whatever the industries, okay, it's already grown to its maximum capacity, 95%. Very important concept, try to focus this. If you wanted to work in any field, okay, without AI, 95%, it is already grown. Okay, there is, how much percentage you have the opportunities to grow that company? 5%. And for this 5% growth, how much money you can expect? It is very less. At the end of the day, it's all about salary, right? So how much returns we are able to take. But now, when the industries has already grown to 95% today, but it has not grown to the same level with AI today. Okay, we are in 2 to 3% of the early stage. Everybody are studying, fine, but not every industries have adopted, have changed to AI. So now we are in the early phase. So whoever is trying to come into this game and playing really great, and the next, by end of 2028, 2029, you will see AI world. Everybody are going to use AI. And anybody knows about this Iron Man's robot name? Jarvis. The next generation is going to have Jarvis in your mobile phone or in your IoT smart homes. You're going to talk to them. Not us, maybe me after 50 years, but the next, maybe in case if you're having kid, they'll be having this kind of concepts. Where that concept is called as AI agents interacting with each other. I'm not going to step into the topic, but I'm just keeping it in a very high level. So world is going to change. We have only 2 options. Either we need to adapt or perish, die. Sorry to say this, but this is what the reality. We all need to quickly adapt. But for the professionals who's having already 50 to 60 years of, if you've already passed, you don't need to worry. Already your profile is already secured, and nobody is going to take you out from this particular part. Because I have one person who's working in US, and she is having close to 25 years of experience, and she's in the leadership meeting. When I asked her, what's the AI adoptions that you have done in your company? It's one of the multi-billion-dollar company. She said, why? Why would we need to allow this? Because AI is changing the world. If you need to adapt, that's what I said. No, we will never allow. Why? If I allow, my job is gone. All right? She knows if she allows this, just 2 years, she has some time to work in the industry. If she allows this AI, her job will be gone. So, and those aged is above 50, who will be in the top managing position for majority of the companies, they will never allow for now. Okay, even though you're mastering AI, even though you're knowing Gen AI, you have built this, built that and everything, they will never allow. But the next 5 years, after 5 years, definitely things are going to get changed. So, if anybody is coming into this field and playing it wisely, particularly college students, and PUC, whoever is doing it, learn AI carefully. Learn AI strategically. It's not just because you've completed your BSc in data science and AI, someone will give you a job. All right, it's not because just you completed Microsoft or IBM certification in your hand, I will come and give you a job. First question I will ask you, what is the something you've built? Explain me. Step-by-step breakdown. What are the failures you went through? Explain me. I'll focus on the failures. It's not something you built as extraordinary and I'll come and listen to you, for which I'll give you an internship opportunity. Our companies are not like that. It is very serious. You need to go through multiple failures to become a successful person or to build a successful product. This is the process. I'll be questioning with the process whatever you went through. And this is a quick tip for all the school studying students and also college grads. Talk about the challenges you went through while you're working in the projects. Okay? Speak about the failures. That will impress us. And then success. You can't come to us and say, I built a model with 95% accuracy, sir. This model is the best model. Crap. You need to know what to speak to me, what not to speak to me. I'll be impressed with the challenges and whatever you went through to build the products. That is what it will give me an impression that you are a real-time person, not a bookish person or just a course-completed certified person. All right? Able to understand what I'm saying? Make sense? Yes or no? All right. Fine. So these are all some job reports. Fine. So now let's understand some core terminologies which I've already mentioned. Confusing terminologies in the market today: AI, machine learning, deep learning, natural language processing, computer vision, data science, generative AI, AI agents. And one more, agentic AI. How many of you are confused? As I've already said one more time. With these terms, how many of you are confused? This is what our first halves, okay, fine. This is what our first halves time is going to be spent more. Okay, just give me a minute. Okay. So first thing, first one by one we'll understand. And now it's time for you to take notes. Okay, there is no bookish explanation I'm going to give it here. Please try to take notes for the definitions, whatever I'm going to give it here, all right? Now that we are entering into the topic. First thing is AI. Give a hyphen and write created intelligence. 2 words. AI is nothing but a created intelligence. Only 2 terms. You can give a heading, the same heading. Write down AI, very simple, created intelligence by humans. Done? Yes? Yes? Okay. Now, I don't think so I have to spend more time here. It's very simple. In the name itself, it is there. Why we need created intelligence? Anyone? Why do we need created intelligence? To replicate human cognitive process. Can you speak about one application? Yeah. Pattern matching? No. I wanted to know, can you get some other mic if it's possible from there? Yeah, hand mic for them to speak. Sorry, repetitive? Repetitive packaging. Repetitive packaging in industries. Okay. Sorry? To avoid the mistakes. To avoid mistakes to some extent. AI can't replay, no, avoid 100% of the mistakes. Definitely there will be. Anybody else? I'll take the mic and I'll give it. No issues. Yeah, someone from here raised the hand. Yeah, who? Yeah. You can speak here, sir.
Less of time, more of impact.
Less of time, more of impact. Wonderful. Good point. Yes, sir, welcome.
To reduce the errors that come from normal human thinking.
To reduce the error that comes from normal. I'll come back to you again. So now, few answers you have got. That is right. I'll talk about, I have given already one example to you all. That is created intelligence, why do we need and everything. In YouTube, what is behind YouTube? AI. We will never say data science is behind YouTube. Getting my point, right? We will never say machine learning is behind YouTube. What's the term we use? AI. So AI is nothing but a terminology. Write down this point. AI is nothing but a terminology. But the techniques what we use to build that intelligence, we need certain tools. machine learning, deep learning, natural language processing, computer vision. Write down the next 4 points. Let me repeat my point. AI is a terminology, just a terminology what we use to name, because everybody can understand. But to implement AI, we need certain tools, that is machine learning, deep learning, natural language processing, computer vision. I'll come to the other part soon. Once you're done, let me know. Is it done? Yes? AI is a created intelligence, hyphen, it's just a terminology. We can only give definition to the terminology. For example, mathematics. We can give only definition to mathematics. We can give only definition to John Gabriel. It's just a name, right? To define John Gabriel, I need to have some features, like I built 10 years, and I've been having 10 years of experience. So these are something to describe John, right? So that's why AI is a terminology. The terminology explanation is created intelligence by humans. And now to implement AI, we need certain tools. That's what machine learning, deep learning, natural language processing, and computer vision. Are you all clear till here? Okay. Now, machine learning. All right, I'll talk about machine learning. Can you come with front? Yeah. And you also, sir. You can stand here. You can keep the laptop there. You can come here. So now, this side. So now he is a client. Is he looking like a client? Yes, right? So you'll remember his face, okay? He's so formal. So he is a client, and he's having a problem. He's running a bank. Is he looking like a bank CEO? Yes or no? You're looking like that. Are you working in bank? No, okay, fine. So he is running a bank, all right? Let's name it as ID. What bank do you like? HDFC. Okay. He's an HDFC bank owner. How many of you had bad experience with HDFC? All right. So you'll catch it, yeah. So now he is owning a bank, okay? Now he is he's having a problem. That is, people will come to his bank. How he will get revenue? He has to give more loans, correct? He has to give more loans. And everybody knows that if I go to a bank, I will get loan. Yes? Right. So now I'm the customer, okay? Now, like me, there are 10 people standing here. Now I'll go to him, sir, these are all the documents, carry all these documents. I want a 10 lakhs loan. So what you will do? You will go through all the documents, right? And to reach here, you know how much time I waited? 5 hours, sir. I have to take token. I have to sit in the line. Somehow I met you. Thank you so much. All right. So now he has to go through all my documents, and finally he will say, what? No, we cannot give you loan. Now, to know this word, I have to wait for 5 hours, carrying all my documents with sweat. I've traveled. In Bangalore, I traveled and reached here, right? So he is going to frustrate me a lot. Now he got to know about this AI. Something with AI we can do, right? He's having this thought. So that's when he's hiring you, who's a ML engineer. ML engineer, okay? And he is good at handling data. Which type of data? In banks, how the customer's entries will happen in which sheet stored? The data, where exactly it will be stored? Excel file or CSV file. Now, all the database, what he's having, maybe in SQL or whatever the database is, it is getting stored in Excel file at the end of the day. Now, every user data he will download and he will give it to him. And in this particular database, he clearly has which are the customers he has given loan, for which kind of customers he didn't give loan. And the type of data what he supplied to him is structured data. Write down, all right? Structured data is nothing but when a data, if it is in rows and columns, it can be in Excel, it can be in CSV, whatever it is. If I'm able to open the particular data in Excel, in rows and columns, we call it a structured data. So that is the data which is going to be given to him. And what are the features for one customer, John? For John to say, I'm eligible for loan or not, what are the categories he will check? Will he see my name, John Gabriel, and give a loan? No. Organization, okay. Next. His income, right? Credit score, right? Next. CIBIL score, credit score, same. Next. Past loans, correct. Lot of features, correct? So for one person, he will be evaluating multiple parameters. So we call this particular entry as, and technically we call it as a record. For one record, he will be observing multiple parameters, technical term, multiple parameters, and finally the outcome will be eligible or not eligible, correct? This is the data which he will hand over to him. Yes, are you able to follow along with me? Yes or no? Yes? Yes or no? All right. Now this record, how many records do you think HDFC owner will have? Millions of records. So that record is going to be given to be hand over to him. And his role is he can either propose, because he is an ML engineer, right? He has worked on a lot of AI automations, lot of stuff. Now he has to propose. I'll be tapping which tool to solve this problem. All right? So he will use machine learning algorithms to solve his problem. The problem statement here is, he will say, what's your name? Deep. Okay, Deep. Hey Deep, see, I'm running a company where customers are coming and waiting for almost 5 hours. And they have to know that they are not eligible after waiting for 5 hours, right? So you need to come up with a model where I can collect all the parameters on the particular website itself. So that user will go, paisabuzzer.com or multiple websites. User will go there, I'll navigate to them. They can sit at their home and they can just enter the details, just give a tap, and this algorithm behind this predict button will say whether this person is eligible or not eligible for loan. This is the process. He might have an idea because he's a business person. Business person can know or cannot know AI. Only two options are there. It is not mandatory. But what he knows is some automations are going in the world. I want you to do something here. Either he has to give the business problem to him, or after getting the data, he has to say, by this, I'm going to reduce customers' time, and even for you, like hundreds of customers minimum per day they are going to wait, correct? And this is a repetitive process for him, for his employees. So now what he will do, I'm not going to spend my time here. Rather, whoever is eligible, in the back end, you need to say, hey, you're eligible for loan, and this is the appointment time, book it, and that particular time, I'm going to come and meet him, carrying all the documents, and he's going to give loan to me. So now what are the benefits for me as a customer? What are the benefits for me as a customer? Waiting time is gone. Next. Sorry? Transportation time. Very good. Clarity on the loan availability. I don't have to carry my materials. Customer satisfaction. Decision making, correct? Yeah. Faster process. Bank, wow. Bank is a print of made-by system. That is the power of digital world. That's why I've showed you that ground concept. I know there'll be some answers. I'll start from there next. Okay, and there I'll just go there. Okay. So now this is what the power of machine learning algorithms. Now behind this, he has used AI. He has finally built a web application with the name paisabuzzer.com, loan approval. That's a page. And I will go there and I will type all my details. I'll click on predict button. This will take sometime 30 seconds. And in front of me, it is going to show whether I'm eligible or not eligible for loan. And to do this, he has received structured data. And by using the structured data, he made prediction. The algorithm, he has used some techniques and he has made some prediction. So that is machine learning algorithms. Machine learning algorithms will handle only structured data to process. Thank you. You can say. Thank you so much. Yeah. So machine learning algorithms will have two processes. First thing, pull up insights. Write down insights plus prediction. Very powerful term. Insights plus prediction. Machine learning algorithm will do insights plus prediction. Got it? Great. Now, deep learning. Okay, deep learning is another problem. I'll take, can you come here please? Yeah, and you ma'am. Now you need to say me, among these two, who's looking like a client? Person A, person B. Vote for person A, client. Okay. Person B, client. Okay, majority votes goes to you. So she is a client. Okay. So now she is having a business problem. She is the owner of iPhone Apple. Okay, lady boss. So she's the owner there. So now she's seeing in the market, there is something called as facial-based recognition system. Anybody heard about this term? Facial-based recognition system. What exactly it will do? It recognizes the face and unlocks the security or the protocols, whatever it is. Now that type of data, is it structured? No. What did I say? The definition of structured? Rows and columns. Is image rows and columns? No, it is pixels, right? It is, if you just zoom in, it will just distribute as pixels. This is an image. And what is the definition of video? If I need to get the video, it is moving frames, correct? Anyone heard about the term FPS? Frames per second. Whatever the digital screen, maybe if it is running a movie, it is a consistent following of pictures, right? So it's a repetitive pictures, repetitive frames. So now at the end of it is an image. Okay, let's understand this. So now she's able to understand if a user, I'm having a big brand business, and if a user comes and sees a mobile phone, automatically it has to recognize and unlock. This is also what? Insight plus prediction. So again, write down under deep learning, this algorithms is also going to do insights plus prediction, but what type of data? Unstructured. In unstructured, we have 4 types of data. You can write down, thank you so much. Yeah. In unstructured, we have 4 types: image, video, audio, text. Image, video, audio, text. Done? Okay. Now this deep learning, when I say, it has dealt with image related, correct? Image, so we have separate deep learning algorithms. We have something called as YOLO, CNN, we have AlexNet, VGG, and majority of transfer learning concepts, a lot of algorithms are there. I'm not going to step into these algorithms today. But at least this terminologies you should know. From here you can master any concepts. Okay? From here, if you step out of this door, you will know all these technical jargons. If you wanted to study by yourself, you can easily study. Because this is the most confusion part. When I was studying this technical, I'm not able to cross this particular level for 2 to 3 months. Someone will say A definition in one angle. The other person will say A data science in some other angle. But I could not connect. Okay, but from this, take this definition and try to see every algorithms in this particular lens. Do not change the lens, you will get confused. Okay, if you change the lens from the definition whatever given, because each and every person will give their own definitions, because that's that kind of field it is. But if you take this simple insights plus prediction, is it simple or is it challenging to understand? The words whatever I'm giving? Simple or challenging? Simple. I'll be giving these definitions which you can't find it in Google. That's what I already said. That's why I asked you to write down. Okay. So machine learning, insights plus prediction, but the type of data it will deal with is structure. Deep learning, it will deal with unstructured data. First thing what I've covered is image, correct? And second thing is video. Anybody crossed this signal, red signal, and you got fine for it? Okay, thanks for being honest. You, right? Wonderful. Okay, you, even I, I was one of that. So, how it is a video, right? I'm standing here, and are they catching that? Are they catching the picture? In a moving frame, they're able to catch and detect, right? So that is a video. That camera is able to detect the video. So from the video, if it is able to do insights plus prediction, again it is coming under deep learning, but here you are able to see a term, computer vision, correct? Deep learning is divided into 2 types. Deep learning, 2 branches. One is computer vision, and the other one is natural language processing. Okay? 2 types. One is computer vision. The right hand side is natural language processing. In short, we call this NLP. NLP. Okay? And this explanation, image and video, will come under computer vision. If I wanted to make some insights for prediction from image and videos, I will be using computer vision algorithms. Again, then what is this deep learning? Deep learning is something it will deal with neurons or brains. It is connected with neurons, correct? Are you able to follow along with me? Yes, no? Our brain is connected with multiple neurons. Okay? It's so complex. Deep learning is all about with neurons if I'm able to make some predictions. That is the definition of deep learning. Neurons will predict, neurons will understand the insights and make predictions. So that is something divided into. If the supplied data, if it is images and videos, I'll be knocking the door of computer vision algorithms for insights plus prediction. Clear? Yes, no, yeah. Yeah, I'll show you that too. I'm just going step by step. Yeah. Right, so now the other side, deep learning, computer vision, NLP. In NLP, you can say when the type of data, if it is, again, unstructured, what are the other two types of data which I have not touched? Audio and text. The best example here, anyone? For insights plus prediction, you are using every day. Without that, nobody can sleep. Huh? Grammarly. Grammarly, yes. ChatGPT. DeepSeek. Okay. China's model. Okay, fine. So Claude, right. So let's stick with one, ChatGPT. Now, what exactly the type of data you're giving as an input? Text. Only text? Audio. Even images also we can do. So that concept, I'll touch it in agentic AA. But now I'll just stand here. The type of data what you're giving as an input to ChatGPT is text, image. Image is something they've advanced now. Let's time travel and just be on 2024 December. Okay, there is no image, there is no video which you can give. There is no document that you can upload there. So now that time it was able to deal with only text and audios, right? So now when the type of data, if it is text or audio, and in audio if it is any text if it is involved, I'll be knocking the door of NLP algorithms or NLP techniques for insights, predictions. That algorithm will automatically do. Example, whenever you're giving as a text as an input in ChatGPT, it is able to understand the insight. It is able to understand what exactly you are able to type. Correct? That's what I'm talking about on the deployment phase. In the user experience, when I give something as an input, that machine or the tool itself is able to understand the insight and is able to make some predictions. That's what you're able to see on screen. Able to follow with me? Insights plus prediction is the game. Okay, so everything is connected with these two words. Now we have understood AI, created intelligence, machine learning. We have different algorithms. To tap machine learning algorithms, the client has to supply structured data, which is rows and columns. And deep learning, two types, computer vision, natural language processing. In computer vision, the type of data is images and videos. In NLP, it is audio and text. And in that audio, we have to have text. So that what we will do is, we will try to make some, pre-processing, we'll try to make some kind of algorithms where the first audio we will call one particular part, hey, understand this audio and try to make this as text, transcribe. Once it converts as a transcription, it is again a text. So that's why I say in audio, we need to have text. And in that particular audio, if you're able to have music, again, we can make use of NLP, but the pre-processing steps are more. First, what we have to do, we have to write a pipeline, we need to have only the speech or the words what you're able to see from this particular song. Coding is a little bit extra, okay? Now at the end of the day, we'll also get text, correct? So that is what, if in that particular audio, if you're able to have text, it is better. And I'll also talk about the audio part, all right. If in audio, how many of you are using Spotify? Suno.ai? Wonderful, sir. Okay, less than 5%, Suno.ai. So now, what are the different types of genres we are able to have in songs? Anyone? Sorry? Rap, pop, classic, metal, reggae, different types, correct? Now I wanted to build an algorithm. I'll just supply an audio. Based on this, it automatically needs to predict and categorize that particular song in whether it is reggae, pop, classic. Okay. Now this particular process we call it as an audio processing. That's which I have not mentioned it here, but you can note it down. That is again which we will be doing with deep learning concepts itself. That's why I said keep that audio within deep learning, which is unstructured. All right. So for audio processing texts, for audio processing, there is again deep learning algorithms and step by step which we will just write for insights plus prediction. Insights plus prediction is the game, ultimate game here. Okay, wonderful. So now are you all clear with AI, machine learning, deep learning, natural language processing, computer vision? Yes, this side? Yes, this side? Yes? Okay, this side, row 3, column. That side? Okay, wonderful, thank you. So now we are going to step into the term called data science. Definition, you can write down. Data can be structured or unstructured. Data can be structured or unstructured. If I'm able to pull out insights for prediction, we call it as data science. Let me repeat my definition. The term, I'm just breaking this data science into two parts. That data can be structured or unstructured. Science, if I'm able to pull some insights, meaningful insights, you need to write down meaningful insights from the data for prediction, we call it as data science. Anybody heard about this definition in any books or Google? You will never find. Okay, so that's why see through this angle. Whenever if I just wanted to, okay, you're taking this definition, right? Let's just try to find it in Google. What exactly this would say. Anyone, you can also do it. If you're able to Google what is data science, let's see. What is the official definition? Anyone found? Official definition of data science in a mobile phone? 1 minute, 1 minute. You can speak here.
It is an interdisciplinary field that uses scientific methods, processes, algorithms, and systems to extract knowledge and insights from structured and unstructured data.
Is it correct or wrong? Now, one question. The definition what I have given, is it easy to remember, or this definition? What I have given, because this is practical oriented. That's why majority of the people who are attending the interviews, they struggle. I struggled because I do not know about these practical explanations. I know only, I can only memorize what's there in Google, and I find it a bit challenging. I'll understand data science. If somebody asks about artificial intelligence, what I studied. That's how I think. Okay, and I'll just blabber, and I fumble. But once we get to know the practical knowledge, anybody, if you step out and if anyone from your home or friends or family asks, hey, you've gone for a ML workshop, right? Tell me what is AA. Would you be able to answer? Yes? No? Yes. Okay, so this is what, anytime if someone begs you for a bid, you should be able to explain. Okay, it's all about insights plus prediction game. Okay? And like AI, okay, like AI, data science is again a terminology. Okay, data science, we can only define data science. And again, to implement data science, what are the tools we need? What is the definition I've given? Anyone? Can you be a bit loud? Full definition. It can be structured or unstructured. It has to collect meaningful insights for prediction. And what is the definition I've given for AI? Created intelligence by human. Is both are connecting? Little bit, if you see little bit. So that's why AI, terminology difference, terminology explanation, data science, terminology explanation. But to implement AI, and data science, we need machine learning, deep learning, natural language processing, computer vision, because the type of data what you've given as a definition for data science, it is tapping all the tools. Yes, no? Yes. So you can't find any difference here. Okay? But what will happen, I'll be honest, for marketing purpose, okay? For marketing purpose, everybody will separate, this is data science, BSc with data science course. Okay? Other person will say AA course, because you will be highly attracted to AA but not data science. Yes or no? Right. So this is a mind game. Okay, what you will be highly attracted, that's a term, that's how marketing will do. Yes or right? Yes or no, ma'am? Marketing works in that way. All right. How to target my audience and use the terminologies that they will get highly attracted. That's the language which I will be using outside. But this is what I'm explaining here, it's technically. There is not much difference. Tools are same, but terminology we can just slightly make some differences. Okay? Clear. Now the next term. Oh, I've already showed you this. Fine. I'll explain this concept later. This diagram and everything I'll explain later. But let's stick there. Now A is cleared, machine learning is done, deep learning is done, natural language processing is done, computer vision is done. Now what's the time? I have 4 minutes. After this is a break. Generative AI. Generative AI in the name itself we are able to generate with the help of AI, we are able to generate all the type of data. What are the type of data I've said? In structured we have rows and columns, correct? In unstructured what we have? Image, video, audio. With generative AI I'm able to do it. That's why the name called generative AI. With generative AI, I can generate both structured and unstructured data. Very simple explanation. And for this we have lot of tools. For image generation, we have something called as, you can write down. Most IT work, maybe for marketing it will be useful. For image creation, ideogram AI, and even we can use ChatGPT. Kling AI, there is something called ideogram, Kling, these are the tools. And Kling is something for video creation. There is some tool called as Kling, K-L-I-N-G-A. Ideogram. Let me show you. Okay, I have only 3 minutes break. Maybe after break I'll again repeat it. But I'll just give the definition and then leave you for break. Let's stick to the agenda. That's our rule. Generative AI, we need to generate structured and unstructured data. To generate this structured and unstructured data, we have multiple tools. What you can do, I'll be definitely giving you some tools. But again with ChatGPT, what are the AI tools used for creating images? What are the AI tools? Creating videos, creating blogs. ChatGPT itself, actually ChatGPT will do everything. And videos, they have a different application, I guess, but it is able to generate images, it is able to generate structured data, it is able to generate, I'm having my own YouTube channel. I'm getting an idea from ChatGPT itself for creating thumbnails because I'm not a graphic designer. Okay, my story is, I'll talk about it later. But with generative AI, so we can generate both structured and unstructured data, we have certain tools. Is it done? Now, AI agents. AI agents is something you can write down. It will complete a task on my behalf. It will complete the task, agents, on my behalf and ask my permission to go to the next step, or it will complete the work. Let me repeat. AI agents, it will work on my behalf, and while working, it will ask my permission to proceed with the next steps, or it will complete the work for me and will update me. Done? Yeah. Repeat it once. I'll give some other definition, so that's why you have to catch me. Okay. AI agents will work on my behalf, and while working, before it is proceeding to the next step, it will ask my permission, or it will complete the work and will report me. My explanation will be the terms will be different, but that's the concept, yeah. Just now, okay, anybody else, can you explain the definition I've given? Have you written? AI agents definition? Yeah, please. 1 minute, sir. Yeah.
AI is a created intelligence
No,
by
sir,
humans.
generative AI, the last one.
No, generative AI.
Question? 1 minute, I'll come.
Generative AI is for image creation.
Mhm.
Okay, where
No, sorry, not
any
generative AI, agentic AI, sorry. AI agents. AI agents. Yeah.
AI agents will complete the tasks on my behalf.
Mm.
And while working, before moving to the next steps, it will ask my permissions or it will complete all the tasks and report back to me.
Yes? Who asked? Examples I'll show you. Yeah? 1 minute.
So one of the very good examples would be note taker. So if you're in a meeting, there's something called Fireflies AI or MeetGeek or Otter AI. So it will take the notes on your behalf, and once the meeting is over, it will either share the notes with you on mail, or you can integrate your Slack channels or anything. So you create a channel, and it will, on your behalf, the MOM will be shared. If you want, you can verify it, and that's it. And it will, and if you integrate your project management tools, so it will create tasks on based on the minutes of the meeting that it has been generated. So that's AI agents.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I'll also show one demo before taking another question. But your break time, 5 minutes, I'll take it. Is it okay? Yes? No? I'm not getting more response. Do you want break now, or I'll show demo and then you'll go? Show the demo and go. Have anyone heard about the tool Replit? Replit. Anyone heard about this tool Replit? I can complete if I show the demo for the next two definitions, whatever I have. I'll take 5 minutes time. The tool name is replit.com. And the use case of this tool is, you'll see on the screen. Why Replit? You can see this, right? Replit, okay, this official definition. To facilitate seamless coding and collaboration experiment, okay, official definition. I'll just give you. Replit is a tool to build your applications even if you do not know coding and deploy. Let me repeat. Replit is a tool to build applications and deploy. You don't need to have coding knowledge. But what you need to know is prompting. Like Replit, we have another tool called lovable.dev. Lovable.dev, I'll show you that. The same purpose, it's a competitor basically. Lovable.dev. They both are competitors. So you just need to give the prompt. Okay, but before that, now I'll make use of Replit. I've already signed in. Step 1, if you wanted to use this, it will allow 10 applications. You can create it for free, but if you want to deploy, you need to pay money. Okay, now I'll just show you. How many entrepreneurs, sir? You're an entrepreneur, right? Yes, sir. So what business you're doing? Filing, HR, profiling. Can we build a website for you? Okay. All right. For building 10 applications, it's free. But if you want to deploy, because we are going to host on their database, on their server. So for this, you have to pay money. Because they will take care of all the protocols and everything, and people are using this Replit and Lovable and making money. It has its own little bit of disadvantages too, but I'll get into that part later. But without coding, you can build. All right, I'll just say HR consulting, right, sir? Strength profiling. I'm a business owner. Business, okay, spelling is not a problem. I want to build a strength profiling. Do you have any reference websites? Copying the site, going there, strength profile, replicate the site for me. Replicate the site. along with the same UI experience. Okay. I clicked on create app. If my prompt is too much detailed, step by step in this segment it will do. But see this. Now here if you can see something is working, right? You can see something is working. What it is working? What's the definition I've given for AI agent? AI agent, what it will do? Working on behalf of me. Okay, if my internet speed is actually low, else it would do. On the left hand side, if you could see, profile, okay. You will see it's working here, one AI agent. But in this side, initial version, a profile strength assessment platform replicating strengthsprofile.com with the questionnaire scoring landing page. So this is what it has identified from that web page. Landing page with value proposition, assessment, questionnaire system. Sorry, I'm not sure about these terms. Is it correct? Correct, right? Results generation display, strength profile display. So this is what it found out. Very important. Agent can work on these tasks after initializing the final version. Your website will be ready in next 10 minutes, sir. Okay. So this is going to do the code. And here, if you could see, can anyone say, again, the definition of AI agent, sir, you can say. What explanation I've given?
Complete task on behalf of humans and ask permission before going to next step, or complete the work.
Yeah.
Complete the work and update me.
Wonderful. 1 minute. Can you once repeat it, please?
Yeah. Complete task
Okay.
on behalf of humans
Fine.
and ask permission before going to next step.
Okay, fine, sir. Clear? Approve plan. It will work, but it will ask, you can turn it off, sir. It will ask for my approval, and once I give the approval, ready to build and approve the plan when it's ready. And here, my website will be done. If you wanted to deploy this, you can click on deploy, but you can see the initial level. Okay. And later, I've heard the CEO what he's speaking. You can even touch here, all right? And you can even touch here and you can change some UI or anything if it is required. And once you click on deploy, once it is done, so this unit is study. See, upgrade your plan to deploy. That's what I say. If you want to deploy in their side, so there will be some cost involved. It's just a Stripe link. Like how we use Razorpay link and you made the payment here. Stripe link, you use it, build the website and deploy. Many are using this Replit. People who do not know about it, they're knowing the prompt in 1 minute. They're knowing the prompt and they're actually deploying this and making money out of this. 1 minute. I'll complete this explanation and then we'll take Q&A. So now, are you all clear with the explanation of AI agents? Okay, agentic AI, I'll take 3 more minutes. Agentic AI is nothing but multiple AI agents working in one platform to complete a goal. The defined goal. Okay, you can write it down. Let me repeat my point. Multiple AI agents working in one platform to complete a defined goal. Done? Yes? Okay. Again, let me go back to Replit. If you could see here, message agent. On the left side, you are able to see, right? One AI agent is building my website. And another AI agent, it is just doing the validation there. If you want to deploy a website, first you need to have UI. It has UI. UI agent is already there. Second thing is that UI has to be validated. Validation AI is inside this. And it will communicate with each other. Okay? And third is code is also there. I'll just show you. If I click on this, these are all the codes, what it's used inside. Can you see this? These are all the codes, okay? Now let's say I do not understand this. I'm selecting this. What is this written? Can you see this? Explain with assistance. I'm clicking on this. That's why I say you do not need to know coding. You can learn from this if you wanted to. So I do not understand what's the terms and everything it written. So I selected this. This is something called as AI Assistant, which I have not listed it there. You can write it down. AI Assistant is something which will answer to my question. AI Assistant will answer to my question. AI Agent definition is already given. It will work on my behalf, complete a task. Either it will complete a task and update me, or while doing a task, it will ask for my permissions to proceed with the next steps. Agentic AI, in one system, I will have multiple AI agents which will communicate with each other to complete my defined goal. Clear? Yes, no? Yeah, you can do that. This is the coding side, all the codes and everything you got, modular coding. Anybody knows about this term modular coding? Modular coding is nothing but you will have multiple modules like this on the screen, what you're able to see. And in each and every module, you have certain codes. And that particular module can be imported in some other code just by calling the name. Again, I'm not going to get into the coding part now. Let's understand just there is something called as modular coding, and it is able to do that. Segmenting multiple folders, and within each and every folder, it is automatically doing it. So coding agent, validation agent, UI agent, deploying agent, server agent, server validation agent, many agents are there inside. Last week I went to Chennai, and there is one person who's building a telecalling AI agent. And in his company, he said, I have 54 employees. Wonderful, 54 employees. How much revenue are you making and how much salary are you giving? Out of 54, 30 are AI agents. What? 30 AI agents. How much are you paying? Less than one employee cost. For all 30 AI agents, he's paying. At the end of the day, it is also doing the work. But it is less than one employee cost for 30 AI agents. That's why I say, not everybody have adapted to this. Let's go to the playground concept. That's why I say everything is interconnected, whatever I'm explaining. Okay? That opportunity, universe has given to us. Whoever is playing at the right strategy, building the right products, learning the right thing, they will be able to win the game. Not everybody who's learning will be able to win the game, but we have to learn with right strategies. And now I think you all got to know the terminology explanation between all these three. Forget about the diagram. I'm not going to step into the diagram and confuse you. But AI created intelligence. Okay, now I'm going to ask you a question. Okay, anyone want to explain whatever the definitions I've given from this side? Nobody's, no, I'll go there. Anyone want to explain the definitions, whatever I've given, to everybody for a quick recap? Anyone from this side? Okay, from here? You want to give? Grab your chance, it's okay. Fine. You can explain what's because I forgot. Because I'll think and I'll give the explanation. If you ask me the same question again, I'll give some other definition. So let's not get confused. So you can explain what's the definition I've given for every points.
Okay, so AI is created intelligence by humans.
1 minute. Are you all able to hear? You need to speak. Yeah, keep the speaker.
Okay. So AI is created intelligence by humans, and it's nothing but a terminology which is used to implement ML, deep learning, NLPs, and CVs. Okay. And next is machine learning. It's will handle structured data and which is basically rows and columns which is given as input, and it will give based on insights plus predictions. And deep learning deals with unstructured data, same insights and predictions. And unstructured data are of 4 types: image, text, audio, and video. And deep learning is of 2 types, which is natural language processing and computer vision. Natural language processing is text and audio, and computer vision works on video and image. And next is data science. It's also a terminology similar to AI, and it can be either structured or unstructured, and you should pull some meaningful insights from data for predictions. And generative AI is structured or unstructured data which is generated by an AI. And agentic AI agents is basically which completes on behalf of us and asks our permission to go to the next task, or it will complete the work for me and give it to me. It can either do both. And agentic AI is multiple AI agents working to finish one defined goal.
Wonderful. Let's give a big applause. He has taken the good notes. All right, I understand you have asked some questions, but I'll take questions post-break. Now you all can go for break, and we'll have some first 15 minutes Q&A. 15 minutes for Q&A. Let's go for a break, and then Q&A I'll take, all right? Because it's already past 10 minutes. We need to stick with the agenda. You can take a short break, and then come back. We'll resume the movie. Okay? Yeah.
Check, check, check. Check, check, check. Check, check, check. check, 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 1, 2, 3, check, 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 check. Check, 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 1, 2, 3, check, 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 1, 2, 3, check, 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 1, 2, 3, check, 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 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, check, 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 check. Check, check, check.
Shall we start? All right, so let's continue. Before before seeing here, you all can check your notes whether you have taken it properly or not. A quick recap. And question and answers, I said we'll take it now, but I'll take it later. All right, I'll speak. Now the time is 12:05. Before 1 o'clock, I'll complete. Okay. Last 30 minutes before lunch, it's Q&A. Is it okay? 30 minutes. Last 30 minutes is question and answers. You can just note down all your questions. And if you have any questions, personally to me or with respect to this topic, last 30 minutes is the Q&A time. You can just ask me. Right. Shall we do a quick recap? Post break, everybody are dull. Are you all having the same energy? Yes, no? Okay, let's see post lunch. Okay, so till now what we have studied is we've understood why everybody wanted to get into AI and why everybody are interested. We have seen that particular playground concept on the screen, and we got to understand that everybody wanted to play the game, but not everybody who is playing the game can win. If somebody wants to win, they need to play with the right strategies and need to take right careful steps, because if you take a step which is something going to be wrong, that's fine to take a wrong step, but you should know it is going to take some time to get into AA, but somehow with consistent efforts, you can make it. That's how even we made it. We just went through we have taken a lot of wrong steps, but now somehow we just figured out. Right. So now the point which I want you all to take it from the playground theme is, universe has given the opportunities for everybody to play AA game. So now it's your responsibility to play it carefully in any industries. AA can be applied in marketing, sales, operations, tech, deployment, name any industries, AA can be integrated. Right, so that's what I just said as point one. Point two, every business wants to integrate AA into their business stream, and they wanted to figure out how this AA can be integrated into my product. So they are in the particular search. Maybe some of you would be in the particular search and trying to figure out and trying to find the right team to collaborate, or even try to get some right resources for your company so that they'll work efficiently. So that's what the second search, and that's why everybody are moving into this particular AA phase. Even college students, school studying students, some have came and talked with me with your ideas. That's really great. So that's why everybody are moving into this AA space. Second point, we have got into the statistics. It's not me who's claiming this fact. Statistics is also saying the same thing. I've shown you the report because it's not, there is two things. One is intuition-based points. Second thing is data-driven points. First thing, maybe if you're considering it as an intuition-based point from my side, that's why to beat that, I've showed you data. Okay, what's the stats that everybody are climbing and top brands are climbing. I've shown you some to give you the confidence that what I'm saying is true, so you can trust. Third thing, we got into this terminology breakdowns. There are different terminologies through which, if we are not clear here, no matter if you study machine learning, always the question will come, where here AI is coming into the picture. Where here deep learning, somebody is saying computer vision, where I will study computer vision, you will have the question while studying machine learning itself. So there is a step-by-step approach. First you need to study, if you wanted to study, let's say, that's why many non-IT to IT career transitioners or IT from one domain to the other AA space, they wanted to start, but they won't start because they do not know from where to start. Are you all getting my point? They wanted to start, but they won't start because they do not know from where to start. Because each and everybody is going to say, start from this, start from that, start from this. So that is why to break that, I've given you this terminology differences step by step, okay? So that you got to know about the AA, it's nothing but a created intelligence. Second thing, we got to know about machine learning. It's nothing but AA intelligence is something which is behind all this web applications, that's the term which we call. Machine learning algorithms deals with structured data. Deep learning algorithms deals with unstructured data. natural language, sorry, deep learning, two divisions. Um, Computer vision, NLP. The game is in computer vision, image and video type of data. In NLP, text and audio type of data. And then we got into what? Then we got into Gen AI, right? Sorry, data science. Data science is a terminology explanation. Data, we can get any type of data. It can be structured or unstructured. But from the data, whatever we have received, we have to pull insights for prediction. That's the terminology explanation of data science. And then we got into generative AI. Gen AI is nothing but we need to generate the types of data, whatever I mentioned. And for this, with the power of AI, we have different AI tools to generate all the different types of structured or unstructured data, whatever I've said. And then we got to know about this AI agent. What is an AI agent? AI agent is something which is going to do a task for me, and it will ask for some approvals during the work, or it will complete a task and it will report it to me. Definitely, this definition is not what I said before, but this is the concept, okay? And then I talked about agentic AI. Agentic AI is nothing but multiple AI agents will communicate with each other to complete the defined goal within a platform. That concept we call it as agentic AI. All good till here? Yes? No energy? Yes? Okay, clear. So now let's move on to the very important point. And I know that I've said it's a question and answering time, but 1 to 1:30, completely we'll spend some time for question and answers. First, let's complete this, okay? And I'm not going to touch this diagram. Let's not spend more time here, okay? Subset and everything. Let's not again give some more explanations. Break. Okay. This theory we need to know. From where it all started. Again, I'll let you know, maybe for some of you this might be boring, because this is, first half is all about theoretical explanation. I'm setting the context and the foundation clear. Again, it's going to be theory, okay? Now you're not going to build, take notes. From where it all started. If you're watching a movie, you need to know what's the scene, intro, what's the, check, it's gone, check, hello, check, hello, check, good? Okay, fine. From where it all started, if you're watching a movie, we need to know from where this all started. We can't come in the middle and then we'll just, if you're trying to link, definitely we would get a guilt feeling. I've missed this initial phase. I just wanted to know this. So now I'm going to tell you the story from where it all started. And it's going to be a brief story, not detailed. Okay, a lot of things has happened, but I'm just going to give you a brief from where it all started. Anyone heard about this term, Industrial Revolution? Industrial Revolution. Where is the mic? Oh, here it is. Industrial Revolution. You can explain this, sir. What do you know about this term, this Industrial Revolution? From where you have heard, you can explain this.
Industrial revolution is something.
You can keep close to your mouth. Yeah.
Okay, where manufacturing got into kind of an automated productions.
Automated production. Some link is there. I'll explain.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Yeah.
Where a lot of manual activities got into process and then automation.
This definition you all can write it. That's correct. Yes. Lot of manual process got automated. One good term, you all can write it. Lot of manual process got automated. That's one of the points.
It started with mechanical,
Mhm.
then it become electrical,
Mhm.
then it become web and IoTA. Now it's on AI.
Okay, I don't need to say the story now. You have completely revealed the entire stuff. That is right. So that is the path. 4 stages I've given. You have said all the 4 stages. But anyway, I'll just explain again one more time. That is right. It all started in Industrial Revolution definition. I'll just, the definition what Sir said is actually right. There should be some kind of problem, okay? There is a problem and we have to solve the problem. There is a solution here. The problem here is lot of people initially used to walk from one location to the other location, right? They used to travel. And that is the biggest problem there. And this happened in 18th century, 1700 to 1800. Steam engines, that's what mechanics, right? Steam engines got accelerated by the economy. Everybody in this particular time, they were talking about steam engines. Because the biggest problem at that point of time is people used to travel by walk and walk. How many years they used to walk? So that is the biggest problem. So to solve that problem, they came up with steam engines. So everybody who is working in this steam engine, trains and all this particular department in the mechanical side, that's the boom happened this side. That's where majority of the mechanic engineers in this particular domain, they were able to succeed. There is different seasons, correct? So this time, all the mechanical engineers, they were the rulers, like how now AI game, right? That time it is completely steam engines. Who is getting into that? So that started there. Now, the next century, 19th century, 1800 to 01, electricity. Now the one problem is solved, because whenever we are solving a problem, the next step is we need to find another problem. Solve it, and another problem. Solve it, another problem. It's a step-by-step approach. We have to move forward. We can't solve a problem and sit idle. We will be lost. Okay, nobody will respect us. So solve a problem and move ahead. So in this particular century, they found electricity as a problem because they were just studying in lights and a lot of problems are there. So now that's where many researchers, they found electricity through electricity. Who found electricity? Sorry? Who's that? Tesla and Edison. Okay, so, sorry? Nicholas Tesla. Anyway, this particular point, let's not debate who found this, but anyway, this particular point of time, most of the inventions was happening around this electricity. Okay, so that's the concept which you need to take it. Okay, Industrial Revolution era 1, this is 1.0. Industrial Revolution 1.0, steam engines. Everybody wanted to move into steam engines. Mechanical engineer this time. And second time, electricity, triple E time. Okay, so this is when 18th to 1900th century. And then 19th to 2000, this is where computers and automation came into the picture. That is why in the last century, whoever completed computer science in 1985, if they are just stepping into computers, computer science graduates, they are growing and they are the highest paid employees at that point of time. There is a season for everything. And this is when computers and automations, when I say this, through machines, can we make some automations? That's what the thought process. That's when this programming and everything is coming into the market. With programming, can we do some automations? They were able to do that. Slowly they were able to do that. And 2001, this 21st century, we call it as digital transformation era. What we are living now is digital transformation era. That's why I've showed you, when I was explaining that playground concept, I said one example. Before 15 years, nobody might have known about this digital world, YouTube, Hotstar, Disney, LinkedIn, Instagram, Facebook, all these particular stuffs. Even if they know it's very little. But now, we have Paisabazaar web application. Name any company, they have web application. Why? Because everybody wanted to sit at home and they wanted to get the news, sitting at one place. Digital transformation era. Human intelligence, their business is getting transformed digitally. Human intelligence is getting transformed digitally. And teaching is getting transformed digitally. And automations, business process automations, we have some tools called as N8N, Zapier, Make. These are all some automations tools. I'll talk about this later. But at the end of the day, today we are living in digital transformation era. Name anything, whatever the new inventions that they're coming in, we have to transform digitally. If I'm just crossing a red signal, automatically that has to capture my image and upload it in the government database. All right, and automatically I'll be getting the ticket. Digital transformation. Everything is getting transformed digitally. So that's the world we are living in right now. But when exactly this AI, all this concept started? 20th century. Not in digital transformation, we are hearing about this AI and everything. Fine, we are sitting in this digital transformation time. But in this particular century, 20th century, here is where AI is born. They've already started this year. Now I'm going to explain about what is that something happened in this 20th century, 1900 to 1900 to 2000. From where, who actually started? Whose thought process is this? There should be a person, correct? So who is that person? So that is what we are going to learn in the next phase. Okay, history from 1950, this is a story, okay? History from 1952 till date. In 1950, anybody heard about this name, Alan Turing? Yes? Any movie related to this term, name? The Imitation Game. Yeah, right. Sorry? Right. Alan Turing is not a movie name. Imitation Game is the movie name. So in that Imitation Game, Alan Turing's inventions from where he started, every history is exactly documented. Some are saying it's not right, but some are saying it is okay. But it's okay, fine. You can watch this movie. It's highly recommended. Maybe by tonight you can just go and watch. It's complete biography. They have really taken good movie, cinematography, and everything is good. You know the challenges. This time, World War II was happening. Okay? It's a big Germany and a lot of issues were there, but I'm not going into the history. But he was thinking, Alan Turing, that's the name he has. He was thinking, can machines think like humans? Starting point. Because can machines, as a human, there is some encryption coming in, and I have to decode, and I'm finding the pattern. Instead of humans, can a machine do this? Can a mobile phone, if I'm passing the signal, this will find out the patterns and predict. That's why I say insights for prediction today, okay? But it all started here. Now, instead of supplying the data to me, you predict it. This is not human, this is the non-human stuff. So this thought Alan Turing had in 1950 actually. But he was not, he conducted multiple experiments. Some he passed, many he failed, but he was not able to make it successful, but that's his thought process, okay? And following his footprints in 1956, birth of AI came into the picture. Alan Turing, no, this time, what's your point? Sorry? No, that is something, the end of World War, right? The end of World War, things were happening. So after this, there are a lot of things, even there is a conspiracy behind to start the next one. So they were trying to find out the patterns, what will happen next. So in that particular phase, he was working. Great. So now, after this, following his footprints, there is one person. Who's the father of AI? Anyone? Okay, no problem. John McCarthy. Okay, John McCarthy is a scientist. He found out what Alan Turing's vision and everything is, and he written a paper and he published, for which the council members agreed. And that's when this term AI got into the market, artificial intelligence. It all started in 1950 itself, lot of tests and everything. But the term AI got into the market in 1956. And they got to know, okay, artificial intelligence, majority of the people, wider audience. He was conducting some research within his research lab and a lot of things. But many are not able to agree to his invention. Lot of products we can build, lot of ideas we can come up with, but people need to agree. There is an evaluation committee there. They have to agree. Only then that idea will go out. Else, fine, many ideas people can come up with. Validation has to cross. So those committee agreed to this idea, and this idea got into the market from 1956. And John McCarthy is a computer scientist. He's the person behind it. And fast forward, 1959, within 3 years, MIT's first lab. Because if you wanted to develop any ideas or inventions, first we wanted to have a space. We wanted to have a good space like this to conduct a good workshop with good customer experience and user experience, right? In the same way, if I want to develop something, I also need to have a good space. So AI came into the picture, but they took 3 years to give us proper space for AI research and development, R&D stuffs. And because of this, again, a lot of things happen, okay? Between this time, many things happen. We don't need to look into each and every month what is happening. I'm just giving you a brief, okay? So in 1975, first powerful use case of AI released into the market, and Stanford University did that. They came up with something called as mycin, which helped physicians to identify the bacterial infections present in the human body. The number one, write it down, the number one use case of AI is in healthcare. All right? Always in healthcare, because it is saving lives. And that's where they started, first powerful use case of AI. They were able to come up with a mission. Now we have endoscopy, lot of missions for X-rays, MRI scans, lot of missions healthcare is having. But they also started, they wanted to save many humans, because a lot of things manually they were trying, but it was failing. And because of this, they wanted to solve that particular problem and save many humans. So they developed something called as mycin that helped physicians to identify what is the type of bacteria if it is going worse and everything, this machine will find. You can research about this machine called Mycin later. Second task. Okay, but in 1987, you need to answer. AI interest drops. Why? Sorry? 1 minute. What you said? Cold War. Okay. Technological requirements was not there. Last. Integrated chips. Complete the sentence. Economical viability. What you said? Integrated chips for? Okay. Integrated chips for computers. In automation? In automation, integrated chips were cheaper compared to use. Lack of computing power. Data and security, lot of points, right? The same kind of discussion happened. Internet, fine. Like how we are discussing here, the same thing, because they came up with this powerful use case A, and a lot of people they were discussing, A is able to solve business problem, yes, but how far? Investors need to invest money, correct? Investors need to invest money, and they keep on investing. What would be the investor would expect in return? I would give you 1 month, 1 year time, 6 months time, 2 years time, ROI, return on investment. And they were trying and trying, researchers were trying, but they were not able to please most of the investors. Majority I'm saying, okay? Because of which many investors, though they saw this powerful use case, they got, they were not showing more interest. Because of which slowly the A interest starts getting down. And then what happened? In 1997, first computer to beat chess champion. Credit to IBM. Now, just now I said, in 1987, A interest drops. But how could IBM come up with some machine which can destroy a world chess playing champion? Like how our Indian person, what's his name? He destroyed. Gukesh destroyed Magnus. Right? Instead of Gukesh, it's a mission. Imagine what's the power of that mission would be. A interest drops, but not everybody will stop. Agreed? Some will stop, some will keep working for that idea to prove the world. Yes or no? Yes? That's what happened. There were still few companies where they were doing they're spending their own money, they're able to experiment and everything. And IBM, they came and said, this is the power of AI I can do. They have again proved to the world, we can do a lot of stuff. First is healthcare, second thing is this. Okay? And now the entire world got to know about the story and the power of artificial intelligence. It is having wider use case. We are able to automate. It is beating human beings. It is competing with human beings. A lot of things they were discussing. And that's the end of 2000. So it started in 20th century, 1956. And then a lot of AI interest drops, a lot of communication, a lot of some powerful use cases. But again, at the end of 2000, they did this. And now we are stepping into 2002. This time, bots replaced humans. Okay? Bots replaced humans. That is, Amazon did this. That's why in the early 2000s, if you're able to see, Amazon will keep doing it. The top companies, they will keep laying off people. But why they are laying off people? Because they will try to find some problem, which is a repetitive problem, and they'll try to find, with the help of AI, can we just solve this particular problem or not? And they'll try to automate, and they will just lay off the other people. And with the money, because if it is a layoff, there's a cost cutting. That cost, they will take it and invest on some other new solutions that can solve some new problems. This is the pattern. That's a growth. But when we see from our side how many people they have laid off, if you think emotionally, you are a fool. I'll repeat. This term is something which is hard to hear. But if you think emotionally, you are a fool. You always need to think process-oriented. What's the company process? You should know as an employee, as a college student, or as a fresher, or how many years of experience you have. Always companies stick with process. And you should be aware what's the process of the company is. And accordingly, you need to adapt, or you will die. This is the problem. Even let's think about your company. You can just maybe think about, okay, John is running a company. You can keep, instead of John, you can put your name. Ramesh is running a company. Ramesh hired 5 IT employees who's doing routine work. And 2025, Ramesh is taking one person with 5 years of experience, but he is able to automate some stuff where these 5 people are not able to do. And Ramesh will send a notice to them. You have 1 month time, upskill or I will lay off. I can do that, or immediately I can lay off. Process. I don't need to send a layoff notice or anything. I'll stick with the process. I can immediately send. That's the power of the company. Do not think emotionally. Company has a process. Let's stick with process. If you think emotionally, you are a fool. So then how can you escape all this particular stuff? Upskill yourself. Imagine if a person is coming out and getting laid off from Amazon, the brand with the brand name, I can hire him in my company, but I'm not sure whether I can pay him that salary. But every company will be ready to hire because he worked in that environment. That's the selling part. We are the one who's thinking emotionally that how many people are getting laid off, Full. All right, so think practically, process-oriented. If you are having the right knowledge what market needs, you will definitely have a wider scope. You can't be replaced. If one company fires you, you can easily get the chance in other companies. Able to understand? It is hard, but it is the truth. Truth has to be spoken without sugarcoating. Okay, fine. So now let's come back here. In 2002, bots replaced humans. Amazon replaced many human editors with the basic AI system, because let's not get into what is the process and all about, but keep in mind that's a simple repetitive process which a basic AI system replaced it. Then in early 2000 this happened. Now when IBM is able to do, Amazon is able to do, other competitors are what? Google, then Microsoft, Apple, Meta, they'll also do something, right? That's what they have done. In 2011, Apple introduced. Correct prediction. Okay. Apple introduced Siri. What is Siri? A voice-based assistant. Hey Alexa, call to my dad. Call to my fiance, call to my girlfriend, right? So whatever the name that you fixed it, that's what it is going to do. Now again, full world is got stuck. Okay, what is this? Through voice I'm able to understand. Voice, machine is able to understand. What kind of invention is this? Total world got stuck with this invention because now it's completely new. There it is, at least through coding and everything, people are doing it. But here, machine is able to understand my voice and it is able to interact with me. A big breakthrough Apple introduced in 2011. Okay, next competitor, what he has done. In 2016, Google's AlphaGo. All right. AI mission beat the world best AlphaGo champ. This is one strategic game. Okay, you can remember. Anyone heard about this Maze Runner movie? Heard about this Maze Runner? Right, one. Okay, few. Maze Runner. It's a very strategic game. Correct. Maze Runner is nothing but you will have a puzzle here. You will start and you have to end within the given time. And if you just go here and if you get stuck, it will seems like a way, but it is a block. And if you turn back and if you just see, every ways are similar. So you need to find what ways it is and quickly you have to reach there. It's the most difficult strategy game. Like this, AlphaGo is also the world's top difficult game it is, but this AlphaGo mission is able to complete the task within seconds or within few minutes. You can again do such as another tool, Google's AlphaGo. Okay. Now, in 2018, again Google is taking the next move and they released something called as Transformers. Anyone heard about this term Transformers? Not a movie. Okay. Transformers. Anyone? Transformers? Transformers. So what is, I'll quickly come there. Can you explain about what's the power of Transformers and everything?
It's basically understanding the natural language or maybe translating something, but still there are limitations with the transformers, like they have lesser memory, but they have power to translate something or maybe convert into some other languages.
Correct. Good point. One of the important points. Anybody else wants to add with this point who studied transformers? How you're afraid. Okay, fine. I'll just make some simple points here. That point's really correct. One more point is they introduced transformers, and this is the concept behind all Gen AI concepts. ChatGPT, they have used this transformers architecture. I'll show you. I'm not going to explain the architectures. It will look a bit complex, but it's not that complex here. But just see how exactly the architecture will look like. Okay, this is one architecture where Google, again, they found there is one problem. But if I'm able to send some inputs as a text, or as a video, or as an audio through this particular part, it is able to understand the context with respect to some words positioning, and there is a decoding layer there, and this is something going to take it and pass it to this particular second architecture where the output and everything probabilities it is going to come. Which means when I ask, first thing, if I say hi, what is the next word? Only one word. Hi, hello, hey. For one word, hi. Hello, hey. What? B. Hello, B. Hi. Okay, what are the other words? Sorry? Hola, okay, fine. Bonjour, okay, differently. In English? So what is my point is for one word, I'm having different probabilities. Correct? Now, based on the context, this will go and hit what is the top word with the maximum probability, and it is going to get the next word. That's what it is doing behind every ChatGPT. Whenever you ask an input, it is predicting what's the next word it should come based on the context. And this is one. Like this, we have, imagine thousands of layers like this. How much it has been understood the context. And if you wanted to build this, you need to have heavy GPUs from the scratch. That's why they are doing it. And they have all the GPU servers located in many parts of the country, something under ocean, they're also planning. So now, if I wanted to make use of that mission to me, they are saying, I can't give you the code, but I'll give you one API key, application program interface. You can build your application and pay me $20 or $100 or whatever for this particular month, or whatever the usage that you're going to use, and take all the system for you and pay me. Software as a service. Okay? Or we can say platform as a service. There is something called SaaS, software as a service. Second thing we call platform as a service, PaaS. These are all some project delivery steps. Let's not get into that. But what I'm trying to say is this architecture was found by Google. But now Google is really struggling. Okay? Because till 2022, we used to go to Google first. But now, ChatGPT. Now, anyone heard about SEO? Definitely you should know. SEO, search engine optimization. What is the definition of SEO? Means definition fine. What's the scope of SEO? Why? Yeah, let's say, for example, if I am running, let's say, Provide Bridge. I want when someone is searching for data science consultant or data science training institutes, my website should rank first. How it will rank? I need to have certain keywords in my blogs, or I need to have some relevant keywords, and it has to be consistent. And sometimes I have to even pay to Google to rank my page whenever someone is searching with respect to this keyword. Okay? Now the game has changed. Now people are going to ChatGPT. Give me top institutes in Bangalore. Give me 5 best Instagram influencers who are speaking about AI. Things got changed. That's why I said, again, the playground concept. You can play a game really well for one point of time, but there will be the best player again will come and they will win the game maybe within 2 or 3 minutes. Okay? Even you can be a crorepati, you can lose. You can lose. You will have nothing, but you will win. That's the system, ecosystem. Up and down market. CSK for many years, RCB, what type? That kind of concept. Okay? Who is winning today's match is the game. All right, next year something will happen, but we have to be vigilant. Okay, so that is why this concept I was explaining. The main reason because touched here. Let me just come. So I was speaking about reached almost transformers. Google are really like Papa guys. Okay, so they released it, but they tried to release some models. I forgot those, BERT, something called, there is something called as BERT algorithms they have released. And again, they tried to fine tune, but they found their interest in some other areas and they left this game. Transformers game, they left it. But someone, they found this architecture really great. And they were silently working on it. And they released something called GPT-1, GPT-2. Their name is not yet coming out. And finally, in November 2022, they released what? ChatGPT. OpenAI's ChatGPT. This changed the entire game. And they are number one in tech industries. Every users, even villages, Africa, name any country, they are able to use this now. To this level of evolution, no other technology was able to reach. Even a school student, first standard, second standard, he is able to use ChatGPT to complete his school assignments. To that level, AI is gone because of OpenAI. And they just made some access open sourced, because of which they are able to do. So now we have to think, from here, how I can grow. So that is why this whole concept, and now GenAI models. Yes, sir. 1 minute, sir.
So a couple of questions. One, you told about how to protect yourself from redundancy, AI, right? So
Yeah.
that's one. I want to know what Pro IT Bridge is doing,
Sure.
personal thing. And the second thing is this one,
Mhm.
was this made using AI or was it done using
No,
humans?
I have done it manually. I'll
Oh.
show you how we can do it automatically.
No, because I was curious because there were many spelling mistakes and stuff.
Okay.
So if
Sorry for it.
AI is going to be, Apple is like Appy and
Okay, sorry,
so
it's human
if
error.
it is AI, then it would mean that another human being should actually have to review it again.
Right,
and,
right.
and
It's
do
my
it.
mistake. Sorry for it. I'll correct it.
No, just curious whether it
Got
was
got
the AI thing.
I have certain tools for which I'm just experimenting to develop the same thing with AI. I've seen others doing it, but personally I have not done it. I've given the knowledge, this person developed it and shown me the presentation. It was like, wow. But personally I have not done it, but I can show you the tool's name as well later. Well, thanks for highlighting this, I'll correct it. Okay, so now we are in this particular stage, GenAI models. This is what we are building. So now we have to think through this particular angle. And almost 80 to 90% of the project, what we are doing in Pro IT Bridge, we are using GenAI models, GenAI techniques. Maybe Nasser, he's our Chief Technology Officer, he will be speaking about that. Maybe in the second half, I'll allow him to speak for some time. He will be, because I'm not working mostly with respect to technical side, to be honest. I'm on the CEO position to make sure to make more collaborations and take business growth and everything. So I've given all this technical work to my technical team, and they are really doing good job. So that's where their department is, and I'll ask that person to come and speak. Nasser will be speaking the second half. So you will be getting to know one project architecture for which to one client we are actually working with. I've asked him to explain that in the second half, so that you will get more real-time knowledge of how this GenAI models and everything we are actually working with. We'll get to know. Right. So take the screenshot. This is something, a brief history. You can take a picture if you want, or if you have noted in your diary, it is really good. So from 1950 it all started, and now we are in 2025. This is the path of AI transformation, and now we are in 2025. So OpenAI completely changed the game of how we have to use AI solutions, how we have to think from ground level to the business point of view, everything they have done it. Right. What's the time now? I'll have 17 minutes and I'll complete, as I've said. The next 1 to 1:30 is Q&A. I'll allow that. And particularly what Pro IT Bridge is doing, I'll again speak about that. Maybe in second half or something, let's complete this. Core concepts of AI, okay? I've talked about machine learning, deep learning, natural language processing, 3 categories, correct? So now, all these particular 3 categories are working with these 3 subcategories, you can say, okay? I'll talk about this, write down this particular point. Supervised learning, unsupervised learning, reinforcement learning. Okay, these are the 3 ways how a machine is able to learn. There is 2 more concepts which I'm not going to touch it here, but you can do your research. The 2 more name is self-supervised learning, semi-supervised learning. You can write it down. Because I see some people are also developing your products and everything here. You came and spoke to me. I'm not going to touch the topic, but majority of the applications are working with these three techniques. But who is advanced here, you can explore the other two topics which I've said, self-supervised, semi-supervised. All right, shall I go to the next slide? Yes? Okay, we have come to the last part. What is supervised learning? Okay. You both, can you come here? One is ML engineer, the other one is HDFC bank manager. Sorry, CEO. 1 minute. Semi-supervised. The other two things which I have not mentioned in the slide is self-supervised and semi-supervised. Yeah, please. So now, he is a CEO, correct? Do you remember that story? Yes? Yes or no? Okay. Now, he has given the data to him. The data contains only input or input and output? Only input, and he provided structured data, correct? Now my question is, did he provide the structured data with both input and output or only input? How you have given the data? You have to ask him. Structured input, did that contain both inputs and outputs or only inputs? Both. He is very clear. I have to ask him a question. Right? How did he say that both inputs and outputs? Let him ask. Yeah. He'll explain. How can it be both? He'll explain. Yeah.
I have many inputs and
you can take close to your mouth. It's on. You can take close to your mouth. It's already on. Yeah.
For example, so in any of the scenario you can take. So I know what is the input and what the output. So I need to be ease of that scenario. So that's what I'm giving to the machine learning.
Yeah. One thing I'll slightly add. He given the data, John, Sybil score, everything. What's the last column? Whether I'm eligible or not eligible for loan. Yes or no? That's the data he has given to him, right? So that data has input and output, correct? If I'm removing this, okay, I'll come there. So now he has given the data. Now my question here is, he has given the data with inputs and outputs or only inputs? That's my question. Now he gave the data to him saying, for one customer, John, I'll be looking into these parameters. And I have 5 million customers in my data. Based on all these parameters, I've already segmented. If this pattern is eligible. If this pattern is not eligible. So he will hand over the complete data to him with both inputs and output. Now he is going to take the data and is going to make use of some processing steps, and he is going to call machine learning algorithms, which is coming under supervised learning algorithms. These algorithms will expect both input and output. Okay? Now with both input and output, I'll provide, like how I'm teaching my kid or someone, hey, don't go that side. If you touch that light, you'll be hurt. So I'm saying the input and also the output. Like the same thing, you're taking all the data and you're saying this kind of customer pattern, this is the input for all this particular part, output, supply to logistic regression or decision tree algorithms, some supervised machine learning algorithms, and that algorithm first it will try to master input and output. Later, I'll provide only the question. And since it's already trained on the data, whichever we have given, it is going to make the prediction. That is what you all are able to see in the website. Later on the deployment phase, you are going to provide only questions. Correct? On the output, as a user, you are going to only provide the questions. By clicking on the submit button, that a web application need to say yes or no. So for this, he will follow one particular life cycle. I'll cover that life cycle later, maybe in the second half. But now, he supplied the data with both inputs and outputs. So when the data is having both inputs and outputs, I will be knocking the door of supervised machine learning algorithms. Let's say in machine learning algorithms or unsupervised, machine learning or deep learning or NLP. I have in every category supervised and unsupervised, and also in reinforcement. Okay, but now just keep this reinforcement aside. Let's talk about supervised and unsupervised. If the client given data, if it has both inputs and outputs, supervised. Okay. Now imagine the same client. Okay,
Remember the roles. STFs, let's not confuse. You can say thank you so much. Yeah. So now let's imagine I'm having mic here, mobile phones here, and also let me remove my slippers. Okay? So now, is there any output here for this? These are all inputs, correct? Did I name anything here on front of this? No. Later I will just supply only this to my machine. Okay? And machine need to predict what? Will it know what to predict? It won't predict. Because why? There is no name there. Now what I have to do, imagine there are 10,000 or 1,000 something rectangular box and 8,000 something called black color, and in the same thing, thousands. Okay? Now this data is handing over to client. All right, he's handing over to client. Sorry, data scientist. Now what he will do, hey, why, if let's say if this person gives to me, hey, haven't you got any names to this? He will say, no, I don't have any names. You name it. How do I do that? Now I have to find out the features of this. It is rectangle. There is something called G here. There is some side buttons. Identify the features and club everything. And identify the features, club everything. Identify the features, club everything. Initially, my client will mix up everything and he will give it to me. This is what my client will give. Messy data. Now I will be relying on unsupervised machine learning algorithms. Hey, come here. My client has given only inputs. You need to find the patterns based on some similar patterns, segment it. It is not going to name, it is going to only segment. It is not going to name this is a slipper, this is mic, and this mobile phone. No. It is going to segment like this, and maybe this is going to name this as class 0. Okay, 0 class 1, class 2. Now based on the features, I can just find where this particular class is equal to 0. I'm going to name mobile phones. 1, mic. 2, slippers. Now I've got both inputs and outputs, correct? Before, my client has given the messy data. Now I've called unsupervised machine learning algorithms to just segment this for me, and it's segmented, and it is just named as class 0, class 1, and class 2. Now I have manually went inside each and every record, wherever it is class 0, name it this, because I'm just manually finding the patterns, and I'm naming it. Now I've got what? Now I've got both structure and both the inputs and outputs, right? Now I'll be relying on supervised machine learning algorithms, and I'll supply, hey, this is the input and output. Later I'll supply only this, make the prediction. Getting my point, right? Yes or no? Let me just repeat it one more time. The client can give the client can give the data with both inputs and outputs. If he is giving with both inputs and outputs, I'll be tapping supervised machine learning algorithms for pulling out insights plus prediction. If my client gives only inputs and he's asking us to make some predictions, first step, I'll knock the door of unsupervised machine learning algorithms, where I have some algorithms like k-means clustering, hierarchical clustering, db-scan clustering, some other clustering techniques, where I'll just tap it, okay, do this clustering work for me, and this is going to segment this each and every observations in class 0 and 1 and 2, and now I'm going to manually name it. Now I've got both inputs and outputs segmented. Now I'll make use of supervised machine learning algorithms for predictions. Clear? Yes or no? Okay, fine. I'm getting less confidence on this, but it's okay. Let's move into this reinforcement learning. Again, what topic I'm just speaking here is how machine is able, what are the different ways machine can learn. That's what I'm explaining, okay? Now, can you come now? Yeah. And you please. Okay. What's your name, ma'am? Vijaya, your name? Krishma. Krishma is very sad on me, but very angry on me. She's just like, okay, fine. So, Vijaya, right? Vijaya's, imagine, kid is Krishma, okay? Now you are, imagine a situation, you are 6 months old, okay, and you will be definitely crawling here, correct? Now there is a candle, okay, it's candle here, and it's got lightened. Now you're telling your kid, what you will do? He has to come to you, right? Don't go there, come to me, right? So here is a candle. Now kid is having all possibilities to explore these environments to come and reach you, correct? Now what's the shortest path? She's standing here and you're standing here. How can your kid reach you with the shortest path? We have multiple paths open. She can travel there and come and reach you, correct? Or she will just go out, exit, and try to find you. Or she will just take that path and try to find you. Or she will just take this path and try to find you. Which is the best path? Shortest path. So she can explore this environment. The goal is set on her. She has to reach you. That's the goal. So to learn this pattern, she's exploring and exploiting this environment. If she is taking positive step towards you, what's the positive step? Can you take it? One step. Yeah. I'll give her 20 marks. Plus 20 marks. Can you move to your right one step? Minus 20. Can you, okay, if it is minus 20, what you will know? There is a fire. Because of the fire, you got hurt. What you will do? You are not going to carry her. You will take what? Back. Again, I'll put 0. Okay. Now, again, there is a possibility for you to come. Minus 30. Again, she will get hurt. Go there. Now, what's the only option for you? Or two options for you? You have to move. For every iteration, you have to move, take one step. Either behind or forward. Plus 20. Got it. Maybe I'll say plus 40 because she's just close to you. Okay. Now she's taking there. Minus 40. So, this is something we call it as an agent. I'm going to deploy this agent in an environment and say, you go and learn by yourself. I'll define a goal for you. If you take one step to the right, or this is the goal, to reach is the goal, you need to learn the pattern. How fast you're learning the pattern, with how many iterations you're learning the pattern, that is on you. But once you reach, complete the particular loop. Very important, right? Here also, this agent is learning. Yes? Agent is learning, machine is learning how to reach you. So this is one type of machine learning. So in reinforcement learning, I'll say agent name. I'll say in which environment you have to go and deploy or explore and exploit. I'll define a goal. If this is taking one positive step towards the achieving the goal, positive mark. We call that as reward. If she's taking negative step, I call it as penalty. So reward and penalty system, all right, is reinforcement learning. Clear? Thank you so much. You can sit. Yeah. So that is what the other type of learning, reinforcement learning. Now I'll show you some pictures. You will be able to understand. So now if you could see supervised machine learning algorithms. Okay. My client has given input data with output. My client is saying, hey, these are all Apple. Now I'm going to take my model. This is the input and output supplying it. My model will have intelligence. Now when I'm supplying a new data very similar to this, it is going to say, it is an Apple. So now the input data has both inputs and outputs. That's what I've mentioned here. Client data will have both input and output. We give it to the model post cleaning and predictions, and model will do the prediction. Simple. That should be in your notes now. The second step is the unsupervised way of learning. Client data, is there any outputs here? No outputs, correct? Client will give this kind of data. Now first step, what I have to do? Model will segment. This is not going to say which is Apple or orange or anything. It is just going to segment based on some features. All right. Now later I have to do, that part I have not done it, but we have worked on some projects inside. After clubbing this, there will be some, clustering. It won't do all the records properly. There is some lot of process which you will do, but understands the concept. It will cluster and I'm going to give some names, and it will do the next predictions. That's what it is. Client data will have one inputs. We group them based on similar patterns. And then we give it to the model for predictions. Model predicts. That's a step. The next point, this should be in your notes, so I'm just changing the slide now. Reinforcement learning. Agent is getting deployed in that environment. Maybe Maze Runner, that's an environment. This has to go hit and there. So the action it is going to perform in the environment. State and reward is something we will just set in programming. State 0. If this position is 0th position. This is state 1. This is maybe state 2, whatever the positions I can be. So that is state. Reward, penalty is not mentioned. Reward can be positive or negative. If it is taking careful step positive, I'll give positive reward, else negative reward. This is the third type of reinforcement learning. That's it for today. Sorry, the first half. Now I'll be asking some questions. Quiz time. Netflix recommendation. Netflix recommendation. Think with respect to deployment phase, how it is able to recommend you the things, and in what way they would have trained the model, and how it is giving you the predictions. According to the ratings of the fine, that is fine, but I just want whether it is coming in supervised learning, unsupervised, or reinforcement. How they would have trained the machine. Reinforcement. Okay, how many of you are saying supervised? Okay, 25-30%. Unsupervised? 30. Reinforcement? Okay, fine. No, nothing. I see some people have not even raised your hands. Okay, fine. I'll say the Netflix recommendation, first thing, it can't be performed in supervised learning. Okay, why? I am watching one movie today in Netflix, Strange Things. I'm watching one movie. Now the next movie, you're also watching Strange Things. I'm getting recommended for one movie. The next 5 movies will be in my list. And will the recommendation be same for you, those 5 movies for you? No. The next 5 movies, it will be from the clusters. It will have 100 different movies based on my current interest. It is going to recommend me some, and for him, different sets of movies. Correct? So your output is, our output is not specific. If output is specific, it should say yes. If the same pattern, same output, supervised. But in YouTube, Netflix, Disney Hotstar, from the cluster, it is going to recommend me some set of 5 movies to me, 5 movies to other person. So it is, the output is not always specific. Again, if it is genres, we have 1,000 different movies in the same genre. If the genre is same, in the same genre, my point is, let's say thriller-based movies. I'm watching Strange Things, let's imagine, okay? I'll be definitely recommended the next movies. And you're also watching Strange Things. My recommendation and your recommendation won't be same, but it will be from the same cluster. Thriller, but I'll be recommended, maybe, I'm not remembering the names, some movies, the same movies won't be repeated. Let's say 5 movies is recommending me the next. Your recommendation won't be the same. Maybe 2 or 3 it will be clubbed, but not the other 2, which means outputs are not specific. We can write an algorithm in any pattern. For example, now, today, you will go and watch, which movie? Imitation Game. Okay, you'll watch Imitation Game. And tomorrow, Bahubali. Okay, now, what should I recommend you next tomorrow? I can't recommend Imitation Game. Getting your point, right? Yesterday your interest is different, today your interest is different. Based on the current interest, I have to keep recommending you. So that's what unsupervised machine learning techniques is all about. So that's why Netflix recommendation, all the recommendation systems, it will come under unsupervised. And can we make this reinforcement learning? Yes, but it is not, many have not implemented it. Because reinforcement learning, the coding itself is completely different. The way how we write code and deploy and everything, it is completely different part. So many are not touching this reinforcement learning part to do this kind of clustering in all these particular divisions. If you want, you can try, but it is time consuming and you need to explore a lot. Yeah. Sorry? Yeah. Whatever the recommendation, Reels recommendation, Amazon, if you click on a product, similar customers has purchased these products, unsupervised way of learning. And every Reels recommendation, wherever it is. Any questions, someone here? Yeah. Okay, good question. In unsupervised learning, you can write down, which I have not covered here. The clustering is the important concept, okay? Unsupervised clustering, 4 categories. You can write down, good question. Unsupervised clustering techniques, recommendation engines, association rules, dimensionality reduction techniques. Let me repeat. Write it down, because it's a question I'm answering to this. Unsupervised way of learning, 4 categories. Category 1, clustering techniques. Category 2, reinforcement learning. Category 3, association rules. 4, dimensionality reduction techniques. Dimensionality reduction techniques. Now this recommendation engine comes, and very clearly it is coming under which type? Unsupervised way of learning, okay? Here I will do only clusters, but in recommendation system, I have, again, this is too much advanced concepts. I have content-based filtering, collaborative-based filtering, hybrid filtering, and then one more division is there. We have if you watch in YouTube videos, common for everybody, there'll be some featured news, correct? For example, let's say India-Pakistan issue. Whenever you open YouTube, it will say breaking news, some kind of recommendation. That's also recommendation. So we have a term to this. I'm not remembering the term, but it is something called trending recommendation. You can just name it. Whatever it is trending, it will recommend common for everybody. And second category, what I've said is content-based. We have definition there. I'm not getting into that. Collaborative-based and hybrid-based. Hybrid-based is all about application will have all the different types of recommendation engine. Best example is what I'm speaking is real time. Maybe some will face a bit challenging to understand, but try to come along with me. If you open Amazon, right? You click on a product and you will get one segment there. The segment name is similar customers has watched, similar these are the products. That category will come under collaborative based filtering. Why, I'll tell later. Now, if I click on white shirt, I'll get 10 similar white shirts for me. Are you able to follow? The category won't show similar customers has purchased. That is a different category. But it is going to show white shirt, similar shirts are. That is content-based filtering. The definition will change later, do not confuse. What I'm trying to say is, even in Amazon, in the home screen you are going to say, fast-moving products. Yes or no? Fast-moving products. So, this is called hybrid-based recommendation system within one platform. A platform will have content-based, collaborative-based, trending-based, multiple recommendation system we can put behind. Just understand this concept. Do not try to get into the terminology explanation of collaborative content and everything. Again, it's something, for that you need to understand something before you will get confused. I'm not entering into that chapter. So this is what it is. And there is something called as associative rules. Okay, let me just give some explanation. Try to understand this concept, but again, that's not a part of agenda, but I'll give you the definition of the third category, which is said associative rules. Sorry, association rules. What exactly this will do is, again in Amazon, you will have products, mobile phone, plus back case, plus some other product, bundled together, and it will say, and this won't come under any segment called similar customers has purchased or anything. If you click on a product, association rule is all about what goes with what. If you step into a department store, near milk I'll have bread, butter, jam. If I keep milk here and bread, butter, jam there, the sales, the distribution is going to be reduced. That's why, how I can find this kind of patterns, I have to see the customer transaction, lot of stuff. There's a different map there. Let's not get into that particular stuff. What you need to do is, a platform will have a combination of supervised learning, unsupervised learning. Even within this, we have multiple divisions. We have a lot of combinations. That's why the core data scientists, we do that particular stuff. But what I'm giving you the example is, in which category this concept is going to come under. And what 99% of the people are working. Okay? So Netflix will come under unsupervised way of learning. It is not going to give you the specific outputs all the time, and that's why Netflix recommendation in unsupervised learning category, not supervised. Are you all clear? Yes, no? Okay, let me see. Chatbot response improvement. Reinforcement. That's right. Okay, why reinforcement? It keeps learning with the response whatever it is getting. Again, we can do with reinforcement. We can also do with supervised. I'll tell you. Remember this. This is all some real time. How I can do with, and this ChatGPT. It's a ChatGPT, OpenAI ChatGPT. It's giving some predictions, correct? What machine learning technique do you think they have worked to make this kind of prediction? Supervised, unsupervised, reinforcement. Let me repeat my question. Pay attention to this. I want to know how OpenAI's ChatGPT model got trained in any of these categories, whether they trained with supervised learning, unsupervised learning, or reinforcement learning. Because okay, they started using supervised, fine. I want a definite answer. Fine, your answer is yeah, fine. Good answer. First thing, already, and your answer is right. Okay, first thing. So first thing, when they developed this, they went with supervised learning techniques. How? It's supervised, all about structured. All right, let's say, no, it's not, that is not structured. Supervised, we can supply a data in structured or unstructured, because we can say, based on this pattern, he's eligible for loan. I can take an apple, take a picture, and I can make my model to say whether it is yes or no, right? Categories. Anyway, both input and output I can have in both structured and unstructured data. Now my point is, when they trained initially in 2022, they had multiple inputs and in one column. Inputs are, hi, how are you doing? The next statement it should be, what's up? Hi, how are you doing? What are the other sentences I can have? Okay, that is the response. We can just take it as Q&A, correct? Chatbot is all about Q&A. If I say to ChatGPT, hi, how are you doing? The response will be, I'm doing good. Again, I will ask ChatGPT tomorrow, hi, how are you doing? The response will be, it can be different, right? Awesome. Again, if I ask, hi, ChatGPT, how are you doing? The response will be, fantastic, how are you doing? So they've got all these inputs. Imagine how million or billion data would be, and they've got different outputs. And they've used machine learning models. These are the data, predict this. And that's why the memory size is something, and the amount of GPU that they need from NVIDIA, it's so much. That's the problem where DeepSeek found. All right? They saw this, they say, why this much GPU chips? We can just do it very simply. They tapped reinforcement learning. Okay, because they gave an environment. Hey, this is a Q&A environment. These are the questions, these are the answers. Learn by yourself. And they were just silently doing it, and they released it, an open source, big hit for NVIDIA, OpenAI, because their investments is all about here. Someone is coming and proving to the world, hey, you don't need to invest all this cost. This work, we can do it with very easily with the DeepSeek R1. And before that, there are a lot of failure models for them. But again, they proved the world, you don't need to have or invest this amount of chips, a lot of things you don't need to do. Rather, with reinforcement learning, you can do. So if anyone wants to do your research side, do this area. Reinforcement learning is empty. But again, you need to be advanced in math, advanced in coding, because these people who have developed this, they are good mathematicians, or good in coding, computer scientists. They are the one who did it. Else what you can do, if you wanted to quickly get into the industry, if you do not have time for R&D and everything, master the supervised and unsupervised learning really in a better way, build some applications, make use of APIs, as I've already told you, right? They built something. Use this, build something, go and show to the world, quickly get in, and then if you want to do R&D work, you can do it. Yeah. Is reinforcement learning question answers from the website? We can do that. We can say, this is your environment, learn all these things, questions and answers, and come back to me and report me. We just need, the environment can be anything. We need to know what is that environment. Because I have not worked on that, but my mind is thinking, I can connect with this theory, right? Environment is that particular web page, go there, explore. Later I will ask some questions which is there in the website. You need to respond to me. That's my end goal is that. I'll define this. End goal is this. I'll be asking some questions from this particular web page. Answer to me. You can go and explore. I'll set some repetitions and everything. But again, I've not done it. I feel that I've not worked more on reinforcement learning side, but I know the scope of this. Yeah. Are you all clear? Supervised, unsupervised reinforcement learning? Can you be a bit loud? Correct. Correct. Because that's what the system is. We need to define the goal with a limited environment, and it is able to perform it. In reinforcement learning, it is not required. That's my point. With lesser chips, lesser hardware, because the process you have seen, right? Define the environment. They've already seen OpenAI what exactly they are doing. What users will do? Users will come and just ask questions and response. Very simple task. Correct? The same simple task. This is your environment. Later I'll come and ask questions similar to OpenAI. Now you need to respond to me. And also they've added one little bit a parameter called thinking capacity. Let's not get into that part. But to make a mission to predict the same task using reinforcement, they need very lesser hardware. According to the theory what we have studied, according to the implementation what they have done, that's why it is 95x cheaper, I guess, compared to OpenAI and whatever they model, and that's why even they released for free. DeepSeek R1. You can deploy it in your local machine and you can make use of it. That's what it is. All right, with one question, I'll complete my point. So now the time is 1:17. Oh, okay, have only 30 minutes more. Google News grouping similar headlines. For example, if you just open Google and then type, I want to know cricket-related news. That's a query what you're typing in Google. And based on the query, it is able to give you the information. Is it supervised learning they have done or unsupervised? Great, it's a clustering concept. So now you're getting closer to this. So that's it. If I'm training an AI model to make predictions, next. Wonderful question. So if you deploy, I've shown you in reinforcement learning, this is the environment. The question is, how could AI manipulate that environment and go out and master some other environment for prediction? We will kill it. We will kill it because, see, we watched the movie Replicas, Endiran, Chitti robot. It is going out of its scope. We will dismantle. Because the goal is when it is clearly defined. And there are chances, by the way. There are chances because now AI is in hallucination world. If you ask ChatGPT, I want the definition of AI, give me. It is going to give you the definition. Now you are going to say, hey, your definition is wrong. Give me the correct one. Sorry to say, my definition is wrong. Correct. And this is the definition. I will say, the first definition what you've given is correct. Again, it is going to say, thank you so much. Yes, that definition is correct. Getting your point, right? Now AI is in this hallucination phase. It is not going to give you the specific outputs. So there are chances where they can do. That's why still human is required. Person like me are required to give, this is the definition. This is a definite answer. We can do that. But in case, that's why the scope of every project has to be defined. This is your scope. If you're going beyond it, I will dismantle you. Got it, right? They're working on it. You should know how to avoid these hallucinations. It will take some time. It will take some time for ChatGPT to say, what I'm saying is correct and you are wrong. Getting my point, right? It will definitely, because it's something offensive. If it says it's offensive. So that's why they are in the phase how we can do this and everything. Yeah, so now I'll just do a quick recap. Now it's a question and answering time. I think that's it. It's time to build in the second half. Great. So I'll do a quick recap. First thing, you got to know about me, A Coach John. So you can find me on Instagram and everything if you want to talk to me there. Second thing, we talked about my career transition journey and everything I've explained to you. And then we talked about from where this A all started. We understood the theory. And before that, how A is going to grow and why everybody are here to learn A with statistics we have seen. And then we got into the core terminology differences with AI, machine learning, deep learning, natural language processing, data science, Gen AI, AI agents, agentic AI. We've understood the differences. And then we moved into the what's the history. So we got to know about this Industrial Revolution era. Industrial Revolution 1, it's all about steam engines. Industrial Revolution 2, electricity. Industrial Revolution 3 is all about computers and automations. And now this Industrial Revolution 4.0, this 21st century, it is all about digital transformation era. But the AI game started in the Industrial Revolution itself. That's where we again got into and understood the history from 1950 till date. In 1950, Alan Turing started his test. In 1956, John McCarthy coined the term AI. And again in people were able to do some first use case, that is Mycin. Stanford University developed Mycin. And then again, AI interest drops. But again, by end of 2000, IBM proved to the world that AI is super powerful by defeating humans. And since 2000 started, we are able to see what Google is able to do, Apple is able to do, and following the footprints, slowly OpenAI game started, and we have a lot of competitors now, and we are living in this Gen AI world. So that's where we understood that particular part, and then we got to know about what are the divisions through which machine will be able to learn. 5 points I said, 3 things I have explained, 2 things I've asked you to go and explore. We learn about supervised learning, how machine will be able to understand. We have to supply both inputs and output to the supervised machine learning algorithms for pulling out the insights and predictions of the deployment phase. Second thing, unsupervised way of learning. We understood the client will give only inputs, and we need to tap unsupervised machine learning algorithms for prediction. And then and also we have looked into the different types of unsupervised way of learning, clustering, recommendation engines, association rules, dimensionality reduction techniques. From there, I've talked about clustering types, how clustering is able to do. I've talked about recommendation engine systems. I've talked about association rules, but I did not talk about dimensionality reduction technique. You can explore that later. And then we have also seen supervised learning, unsupervised learning, reinforcement learning, how the client will give, how the machine will be able to learn by itself. We've also taken some question and answers. Now the ball is on your court. If you have any questions, you can ask me. From this side, I'll go from here, so it will be better. Any questions from this side? Okay, no questions from here? Can you pass the mic? You can pass the mic and I'll stand here and I'll answer to your questions.
Sir, you spoke about reinforcement learning. So the machine learns from its mistake, and if it learns, it gets rewarded. So how can you give some examples of rewards, what the machine would get, like, as in the system of reward system you told, like plus 20.
What is machine learning? Can you define?
Excuse me?
Can you define what is machine learning?
Where the machine learns from the data it is given and generates.
10 marks. Any other definition? You need to answer. That's your goal. Question, give me the answer.
Okay, so when it generates the correct response, that itself is the reward you mean to say?
Yeah, I am having a defined goal.
Okay.
Until and until I have this,
Okay.
I'll give you some scores.
Okay.
Now I've given you positive marks because you have answered to me very close to my question.
Okay.
In case if you're talking something outside the scope, minus 20.
Okay.
Got it, right? That's it. Yeah. Any other question this row? Yeah, you can pass the mic. I'll come this way so that everybody will get. 1 minute, I'll come this side.
Am I audible?
Yeah, yeah.
So I wanted to ask, like, could you suggest some ML projects that we could build?
ML projects. Built for knowledge purpose, or you wanted to get a job with that?
Yeah, like build a profile.
Build
for
your
like,
profile?
Yeah, for a job.
Go to your nearby store. Have you studied machine learning concepts?
Basics. A bit.
Basics. Complete your machine learning concepts. Study the things with supervised and unsupervised learning. Find a local store which is nearby you. Get to know their problems. And write down the data in a structured data. And then try to think how you can solve their business problem. And take that and put it in your resume, saying that I've developed a POC for my retail store nearby. And this is the solution I've given to them by solving this problem. Put it on your resume and come to me, I'll give you the job. Like this, you can tap anybody. From internet project, a lot of people are ready to work. For learning, you can use. That's why I say learn first. But when you are looking for opportunities, new opportunities, solve real-time problem today. The problem can be within your home or nearby your shop. Somewhere it will be there. There will be definitely some problem. Just try to do that. That's a real-time project. Got
Thank
it?
you.
Yeah. Anyone from that side? Sir, you any questions?
This game of AI.
Authentic. 1 minute. Okay, one announcement. So before lunch, a team has made the certification. So they will, Nasir, will they come and distribute here? Okay, they will come and distribute it here. You can collect it. And then you can, if you want, maybe second half is there. By 3 o'clock we'll start. You can come and by 3 o'clock you can make sure to be available. Okay. In which context, sir?
In the larger context of AI, the authenticity, because inputs that is given, if it is not authentic.
Okay.
So it's a great threat to the
Right.
humanity as a whole.
Whenever before we release any models, right, AI agents to the public, it needs to be approved by the government.
Okay.
For example, OpenAI, without their approval, we can't use it.
Okay.
So if any problem, that's why Facebook CEOs will be called for the meeting. Their meeting and they will be sued. So if there's any problem, threat with respect to their tool, they are liable. What is the step that they have taken? They have to come and report to the council.
Okay.
So if I'm building the product, the same thing. I should be the sole responsibility. Because anyway, my company is registered. I will build a product and I will release it. No problem. But if, let's say my product is Facebook. And with Facebook, if any people are getting destroyed or things are happening, I'm the responsible person and I will be called to the court. Either have to shut down or ask for apology, or what are the things that I have to do to them. I have to speak, or what is the compensation loss, I have to pay there.
So this is security environment created already.
Yeah, yeah. It's there. And many times, Mark Zuckerberg was standing at the court. It's there in YouTube. Because of Facebook, people are destroying lives.
Yes.
And even with the deep fakes and a lot of stuff, they were doing. OpenAI, Sam Altman have to speak about that. So it's consequences more. Yeah, things will be there. Online tutor company by using AI. So what's the threat? If government get to know that we are playing this game in a wrong way, we will be sued. You need to answer to the public. Responsible.
Sir, what you said is right, but I have found a loophole in ChatGPT that if I give the information which is not present in the any website or anything, but it will it will add that into, if I give the information related to that, means I have done one project in that thing, and I have given all the inputs in that, and it has recorded and made a summary of that. But related to that, I have searched it on another device, and it has showed the same thing what I have done. Means it was not only authorized. You are saying that it is not a threat, but it is not verified also.
That's why I said at one point it is in the hallucination world. I already answered to that. It's in the hallucination world. If you update it here and if there is another person, you should know. As a human, you should know what is right and what is wrong. That's why as a human is also required today.
Yeah, but it was showing genuinely that it is the truth one.
Okay.
Yeah.
You updated that is wrong.
Yeah.
And then you asked it again that it is giving you the wrong answer, which is right.
Yeah, both are right, but what I have just uploaded, which is not being to summarize everything and not validated and everything, because it was ongoing research, means that
Yeah,
thing.
that's what. Again, we can just put it into one umbrella. It's in the hallucination world. I'll come again there because I've given a chance there. It is gone here. I'll pass this, and if you have time, we'll definitely talk. Okay. After this, you can just pass it. Yeah. One question. And to answer, this is in the hallucination world, as I've already said. You need to know what is right and what is wrong. That's why even if I'm just prompting for content writing, I will scold like anything. Got it right? What exactly you're doing is not, I'm not convinced with. Give me this better. So if in case if you're going with some paid APIs, like monthly $20, maybe the response will be better. All right, but in free tools, there is some limitation. Beyond if you hit the limitation, it is going to give some answers which will definitely test our patience. Yeah. Right.
Right. So currently, AI models have some or the other form of human guidance behind them, right? In whatever application we use them. But how long do you think before AI models can automatically start setting their goals and start working on them?
We started already with AI agents. For one thing, that's what I've already told. AI telecalling agent. I've told you I was working as a BPO call support executive. When you have internet problem, you're going to give a call to broadband service provider, right? I was working for Airtel. You'll say, hey man, my internet is not working. It's slow browsing issue. What is it? I will say this, thank you for calling Airtel. How may I help you today? You're going to say the problem. You idiot. My internet is not working. That's how I told you. But I have to follow the protocol. I understand your concern, sir. Please do not worry. I'm here to help you. So now, so have you plugged your connection behind your mission? Again, you're going to get irritated. Do you think I'm fool? I will never know whether I plugged it inside or not, but I'm supposed to ask. So this process, we call it as IVR. Step number 1. Before telecalling agent, only with repeated basic questions, yes, no is the answer. We call it as IVR. All right. But now it went to a different level. Now, insurance company, they are going to give a call to you. But it's not human. They'll exactly mention your name. They say, what's your name?
Ayush.
In my voice, I'll give you a call, but it's not me. Hey, Ayush, thank you so much. Hope you're having a wonderful day. We are calling from this insurance agency. I'm here to talk about this particular terms, and if you have time today, you can just give me just 2 minutes, I can explain. Are you interested? You can speak. Are you interested?
Yes.
All right, thank you so much for confirming. So basically, I would like to know some few details, in case if you want to take some insurance policies with us. So these are the options which I have. If you're interested, maybe I can just speak more about it. So let me know if you wanted to know more about which area. Type 1, type 3?
Type 1.
I'll talk about type 1. Got it, right? And this deployed, and many companies are paying for this company. Not only telecalling, HR agents. In HR, repeated set of questions. Are you looking for a job change, person? Not right now. All right, thank you so much. We're calling from this particular company. We were in particular search. If you're interested, you can let me know. Or do you have any referrals? Then you will say, yeah, I have some person which is having this kind of experience. Oh, wonderful. Just drop me a mail to this. I'll try to recommend. Done. Agents. I'll hire 30 agents instead of one HR. I have not developed that model, but there is a company close to me where they have deployed this. Yeah. I'll come there, sir. Yeah.
So, am I audible?
Yeah.
Basically, I'm a research scholar. So, my background is geology. So, I'm asking about the size of the data. Like, maybe we are running a machine learning model. So, for that, is there a specific size or number of data? Suppose it's a structured data set, maybe Excel sheet or something. So, if it is lesser in number, will it be difficult to run the model?
Straightly, I can say yes. But again, if you have 5 million observations, given the problem statement, I want to predict whether the transaction what you're making in a company, in IDFC Bank or anything, if it is fraudulent, it has to hit the backend, and those people need to give a call. That is happening everywhere, correct? If it's a fraudulent transaction. Now, HDFC order is here, right? How many, you have 5 lakh observations. How many observations do you really think, whenever they made transactions, will be fraudulent? Percentage-wise, can you tell me? Huh? 10 to 20 itself bigger number. Maybe less than 5. Less than 5 is what fraudulent. Now he has given the data to you. You are ML engineer. You need to predict based on the pattern. This is a fraudulent transaction. It has hit the database. Out of 100% of the data what he supplied, you have only 5% of data which says this transaction is fraudulent. 95% is saying it is not a fraudulent. Now the business cases, you need to predict which is fraudulent more than the non-fraudulent transaction. Now here volume of data is more, but it is less. Getting my point, right?
Yeah,
So
means correct and incorrect, or
no, the volume of, your question is all about the volume of data, how much we need.
Yeah.
I'm saying, first question is, yes, we need more.
Yeah.
Second thing, even if we have more, I'll go and look into the problem statement. Predict this transaction is fraud. But out of the 5 million records which is supplied, I have only 5% of the data which says this is a fraudulent transaction. Then if I call a machine learning algorithms, by supplying 95% of the transaction which is saying it is not a fraudulent, and very less 5% it is saying it is fraudulent, how can this would learn better to detect the fraudulent transactions to go for a better prediction?
okay.
So it
the
depends.
size of data is not a matter.
It matters. First step, it matters. Second thing, go and look into the problem statement. And then come and look into the size of the data. And there are some techniques which we can duplicate, or we can do something.
We can increase.
Increase, and maybe we can say 50% is fraudulent, 50% is non-fraudulent.
Okay.
So that
So
steps.
is there a technique to
Yeah, we
maybe
have.
set of 100 number of data? We can increase
Yeah,
the
we
same,
can do
with the same
that. There is a
data we
concept called how we can handle imbalanced data set.
Okay.
We can research about it. The client volume of data is fine. But if it is not helping the business problem, it is again a problem.
Thank you, sir.
This side?
Sir,
One.
I have a doubt.
Yeah.
Now we were like saying about designing all the algorithms. See, whatever AI algorithms that we design, we need to make sure that it reaches the market.
Okay.
Because while I was studying the path planning algorithms, I noticed that a lot of algorithms have a drawbacks that they don't reach the real market.
Okay.
They can't be used in real time. So how do you design a reliable AI system that can reach the market?
First thing I need to have, OpenAI is my inspiration. What they have done is they have seen the problem for many, and majority of the audience, first thing, whether I'm going to sell it for consumers or B2B. Segment this. Consumers can't pay what B2B are paying. B2B business can pay me monthly 5 lakhs or 10 lakhs, or they can allocate for 1 year. You have 5 CR as the budget, but this is the goal. Can I expect from B2C? From you, can I expect monthly 1.5 lakhs or 5 lakhs or 10 lakhs? No. First thing, your model, is it going to solve whose problem? B2B, they have their problem. B2C, they have their problem. You need to do the research and find out whether you're going to solve it here or there. Okay? Step number 1. Step number 2, if you're solving it for B2C, your model cost should be very less. Volume should be more. Getting my point, right? ChatGPT's paid model is $20 per month. Charge is less, but they can target app all around the world, B2C. So they are very clear. So you need to first define this, and then come up with some validation, ideation phase, lot of steps are there. You need to follow that.
So it's not limited to accuracy alone?
No, we have accuracy, precision, recall, trade-off, misclassification counts, how it is going to perform there. The model will run in your local system, but when you combine it into the cloud with all the other code, it will fail.
So in my research, like apart from accuracy, what are the other things I could also?
It depends on your problem statement. For example, classification, I have some validation metrics like accuracy, precision, recall, confusion matrix, ROC, AOC curves. But in regression, I have another metrics, mean error, mean squared error, R2 score. Lot of metrics are there. So it depends on which, and if it is recommendation engine, different validation metrics. We have to study the subject properly, else we have to fail. Yeah, I'll go here, please. And this, yeah, please, you can pass it to him. Yeah.
the model is and how the model is been built, or if I want to, is it possible that we can build a model?
Yeah, we can build a model. For what task we have to define?
Generally, like there are multiple models, there are different models. What is this model all about?
Model is all about invisible intelligence. Invisible. I'm speaking to you, visible intelligence. This is making my face prediction, invisible intelligence. Model is making the prediction. Getting my point, right? When I say, we'll say A is making prediction. Behind A, there is a model. Model is nothing but which is making the prediction. That's a term we call. You call me as John. I call that AA, I can call it as AA, or technically if I wanted to call, model is making the prediction. That's what the term I use technically.
Now there are multiple different models which are available. How are those models being trained, or how they know about different things?
Okay, imagine a situation, you're having a mobile phone, right? Facial recognition based system. Model is predicting you, is it you or me? Now, how do you train this? First step, step 1, step 2, right? Different views, I'll supply the data. The data is supplied and it will train. That one task we will do today in second half. Very live, how machine will be able to learn. And what exactly we are calling it as model, how it is able to make the prediction. Second half we have one session. We'll just, it's a building phase, right? So we'll do it. So that inputs it will take, pre-process inside, and it will get stored. This is John. If someone else comes and shows the picture, it is not going to open. So that model will take my data, process it inside and store it. And whenever I'm coming up next, that model will make the prediction. We can call it as model, AI, different terms to it. So based on the different use cases, facial-based recognition system, attendance-based recognition system, attendance-based, when I'm entering the office, I'm just showing my face. Based on face, it'll automatically put inside what time I'm logging in, what time I'm logging off, facial-based, saying whether this person is eligible for loan or not, based on the inputs, whichever it is coming in. Model is making the prediction. So we can either call it as, technically we call it as model, but for non-tech person, we will say it as an AI.
What is LLM?
Okay, LLM is a large language model. Again, that is a brain. Okay, again, we have to speak more. LLM is a brain. I have one coding platform. Okay, okay, I've closed it. Time is done, right? I'll just quickly say, I have one tool, for example, Replit. We have the tool Replit, right? How it is able to build this particular, write this code, one agent is able to validate, one agent is able to do UI UX. It has to have the brain inside. So that brain we call it as large language models because it has been supplied with large amount of data to its brain, because of which check, whatever the task we are asking it to do, it is going to give it. Large language models. And there is something called as LLMMS, which means large language multi-models, which means I can provide input as text, video, images, audios, whatever it is. The same way it can produce output in images, videos, audios, whatever you need. So if you ask ChatGPT, it was LLM. The brain was LLM. Now it is LLMM, large language multimodals, because the output it can generate, not only with respect to text, it can generate videos. I think it is able to generate audios. So it is what we technically call this. It is an LLMM. That's what we call large language multimodals, LLMs. That way. Last seat, there is 1%. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Shivakumar.
Yeah, sure.
So I want to train a model like structured or unstructured based on the exceptions what I receive on a printer. Let us say like a device has, I'm collecting logs. So I want to train, but the issue is like those logs are like proprietary. So client who don't want to share them onto the net. So how I can train?
We will deploy, okay, there are two things. For example, let's say one LLM is DeepSeek, which is not going to take my data to upload it in the cloud. Locally, I'll download that intelligence in my local machine. And there is a concept called RAG, Retrieval, RAG, RAG, Retrieval Augmented Reality. I'll combine this concept, which means you have a document. I'll write a code in which particular segment you have this, because if it is a repeated invoice or repeated segment, I'll write a code to go and find this particular location, take this information and update it there. So only from this document, if it needs to happen, I'll download that LLM locally in my machine. I have two options. One thing is I have to download and make predictions, or I need to combine the cloud API from OpenAI, whatever it is, and I have to take the service from there. So locally, cloud. But if it is locally, maybe we need to have a heavy GPU machines in our local system, or we need to have our local GPU server in our own center, because it needs to process that huge database model to download that intelligence itself. If you want to call that intelligence, it has to hit and respond, right? ChatGPT is able to respond like this, which means that amount of server they have. Now if I'm downloading locally, my system power, what is the GPU? Else, can I connect it to the local GPU server? Did I buy it and put it here? Things we have to see. What is the feasibility? That's what we do in our project. Whenever we are giving some quotations or anything, we'll just formulate everything so that my client can choose. Okay, I'm not wanted to do that, but this is all the steps. Okay, what's the cost we have to see and write down and hand over? That's what.
Models you said RAG, right? Is it, locally we can do?
RAG is a concept, by the way. It's a concept.
Any
through
tools
which
to use that RAG or?
there is a library called LangGraph. Maybe the next half, he has worked on it. I've seen it, but I think he'll be showing some good demos the second half. I'll come there now. So here I'll just go.
Hello.
Yeah, sure. 1 minute. Certifications, if anyone wants, you can issue. Is there any instruction you want to pass? Any instruction you want to pass? Okay, 300 to 400, can you stand this side? Yeah, 100 to 200 this side. 100 to 200 there. 200 to 300. 100 to 300. Okay, below 100 is there. And you? 300 to 400. So whatever your IDs are, yeah, so you can just go to the respective team and collect it. You can just go. Yeah, the same place after lunch. If you wanted to, lunchtime is done, but I'll be answering to some questions and we'll leave. But if you want to go out and have your lunch, please take. 3 o'clock, we'll start the session.
Hello, sir.
Sorry? Same, yes.
Hello, sir. I have a
1
question.
minute. Sorry? PowerPoint. You need to see. We'll check something. Yeah. Who's the person asking question?
Hello, sir. Here.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Being in this industry for so long years, what excites and worries about AI?
What excites me about AI?
And worries about AI?
What? Okay. Excites about AI because when I came into this field, I just got into this field because I'll get more salary. Okay? Because I was just trying to find my purpose. Trying Java, I was doing bike taxi. I got to know, okay, if I study this, I will get more salary.
Okay.
Now after getting to this, now I'm happy because this field is growing.
Yeah.
With AI, even the future growth, AI will be combined with quantum computing and a lot of things it will grow. So now this is what the growth phase is all about. And worry, I'm happy to be honest. Worry in the sense, some people are security, yeah, we can say. Security, but what I'll do is I'll try to find, okay, if my job is going to go, I'll try to automate and I'll find new responsibilities and move in. But it's sad for me to think or hope that others also would do the same. Others will lose a job.
Yeah.
So that's my slight worry. But again, I would definitely blame them because they have to adapt to the market needs and quickly move into this.
Yeah.
Slightly worry, but it's what the reality.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, please. 1 minute.
As I am from developing side, how do we go ahead with the integrations? Suppose there are legacy systems, how we have to again develop it from, using AI?
So legacy side, it is a bit challenging though. But one use case we thought about is, we were working with one law site, okay? If there is something which is going wrong, we need to take the files and find out where exactly the segment is coming under, right? But with the help of RAG, whatever I've said, we'll supply all the data and we'll give the key pointer in my local machine. It is going to quickly come and take me all that names, that section, all these things, it's going to give it to me. So I'll quickly put it in the other file and go ahead with this. So this one area where AI can be implemented, integrated.
Why I'm asking this question, because see, we should not do the code repeatedly, right? Like we should not touch a file once it is done, as per design principles what I'm talking about. If that is the case, manually when we are coding, we will follow all those, but how the system will know to follow the design principles and coding standards?
Got it. Now one question when you're saying, do you know the step-by-step approach how this document has to follow the process? The same thing in prompting. Because when I talked about this telecalling agent, they have one agent which will do the transcription. When I'm just looking into this, how it is doing the transcription, first it will take the voice, and this under this agent, they have written a prompt. You will get a voice, transcribe it to English, and I want this English to be in kind, polite, warming, all these concepts I've added. And once this agent does its work, it is going to pass to the other agent, where it will understand this and it will convert to text to speech.
Okay. How secure if that is in the AI system? If, I mean,
Deployment phase, are you
larger
doing it on
applications.
premises or in cloud? On premises, it is security, right? That's why most of your applications will run. If it is an on-premise, if companies having the bandwidth, they have to invest on on-premises server. Else, they have to go with the cloud. They should know. Because most of the tools, whatever we are deploying, it's in the Web 2 level, right? So we are deploying in AWS or Azure or whatever it is.
It's very expensive, right?
Compared to what? Compared to
cloud.
correct. So you have to get compromised. Getting my point, right? Either this or this. That's the only option we have.
Thank you.
Yeah.
POC.
Sorry?
First, to convince the client, we need to do POC.
Correct.
But client is not ready to invest. And
Yeah.
they're not saying to share the content on the net also. So how we can?
No, we have to educate him, else we can't take up the project. Because the client is not aware, and see, we can't say yes to all the projects, right? There is a scope. If my client understands what I'm trying to say, it's good. Because at the end, it's not about winning the project. It's all about how I can give the good customer experience to him or her. It's trusting. So it's my responsibility whenever I'm submitting the POC, this is the scope, this is what we can do, else we can't work. It's not right, always we need to ask the right question.
Thank you. One second.
Hi. Right.
Regarding courses, I'll talk about tonight. Maybe I'll talk to team and we have some materials. We'll see. I think team will explain. Maybe I will also talk to the team and we'll see whether they have the LMS or something. Sure. We'll talk about that later. Yeah.
I have a question on prompt engineering. So you said that we could create these apps that are based on LLM models, right? So is there a guideline for it? How can we better our prompt? Are there any quick resources on the internet that can help us engineer our prompts better?
I'll share some techniques in the second half.
All right.
You can try to start from there. Maybe I'll also send some resources on the group.
All right.
Because I'm planning to create a course, by the way, with respect to prompt engineering, which I've not done yet. But I can send you some resources where I've explored in LinkedIn and everything. I'll ask our team to send that link in the group. Maybe you can follow that. There are some systems which you can follow.
Right. And basically, we are writing the logic, right? Otherwise, the coders would write this logic in the back end, which is leveraging LLM that can maybe fine-tune the behavior of the application. And for that, the prompt becomes like a guardrail.
Correct.
Yeah?
Yeah.
All right. And I just have another question. So you talked about RAG. So let's say I'm trying to create a tutoring app, okay, for GRE or GMAT. I know that the LLM model is trained on some database, but I'm not very sure on the veracity of it, whether it is correct or not. So can I download my own database and feed it to this LLM model and then make sure that the LLM model gets more context and is able to accurately spit out the answers?
If you had more hardware support in your local machine, you can do it.
Okay.
For example, I got this laptop is having 16 GB graphics card, I guess, with 32 GB RAM.
32 GB.
It cost 3.5 lakhs. All right? You need to think how much I'm still paying EMI. So because I'm running these heavy models, and some models even are not, the power is not sufficient. So the main reason why I got this is because of this. I have to trial this, the same concept, whatever you said. I wanted to test it down, in my local machine. But there in the server, imagine the power they have. It's 1,000 folds power they have, and you're paying only for the API. Right. So what is it something which is more comfortable for you? And if you hit API, instantly you will get the result. Even with this power, sometimes it will take some time for to run, understand, load, things will be there. Yeah, you can try that. Yeah. The same thing, what you have to do is,
People who have got food, they can go to the food court, have their tiffin boxes open there and eat. There are chairs and tables over there. Otherwise, food court is also open. You can have your lunch there.